My name is Ryan James Redford, and you see my topic. A man would rather have a soft, submissive high school dropout than a bad attitude with a degree. I mean, where's the lie? Anybody would like to point out the lie? I'm right here. No man that has their together gives any type of meaning to a degree. A man wants a woman that enables him, a man that the type of woman that lifts him up. They want somebody who's going to let them make decisions and actually feel like a man. That's so lost these days. You know, women, let your man be a man. Let him lead. Y'all say you want a leader. You say you want, but then you say you want somebody 50-50 who you stand by his side. You can't lead and be by somebody's side at the same time. That just doesn't make sense. Either somebody's in the lead or y'all side by side. And side by side pretty much means a business partner. Nobody wants a business partner for a wife. They want somebody who's going to take care of their children, be nurturing, be compassionate, be their soft side. I mean, all I see online is just women with a list of what they want, what it takes to date them, the price to date them. You gotta pay this amount for their hair, their nails, etc., just to take them out. If you see a woman and she wants you to pay and give her money just to get her out the house and sit down at Applebee's, you need to run. You need to run. She's a leech. She's broke. She has nothing to offer. She doesn't even value herself, or she wouldn't even come at you like that. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's just, I just see so much online. Just these women just constantly with a list of demands. What you gotta do this, you gotta do that. And I mean, let's be honest. You know, I'm not trying to be rude, but a lot of y'all women, just off looks alone, have no business with a huge launder list of demands. You need to be humble. You need to be with somebody that shows you kindness, that loves you. I mean, that's what's most important. Y'all gonna die alone because you're holding out for a lottery win. You know, men are not a lottery win. We're not a come up, and that's exactly what y'all treating us like. We're just a complete hustle. And I mean, men are getting tired of it. They're like, men don't want to date that. You know, they they've had their fill of the smart mouths. They don't want to marry that. They don't want to marry somebody they're constantly arguing with and at odds with. That's absolutely ridiculous. Who would? I mean, you have to be a very low self esteem man to want to marry somebody who's constantly arguing with you and fighting you. I mean, if she doesn't even believe in your dreams, what are you doing with her? If she's not supporting your dreams 100%, like, you're just really lost at this point. I mean, you're chasing her, and you don't think she sees that? She sees you're a sucker. She sees you're just a mark. She sees you're just a somebody to send her cash, somebody to, you know, it is what it is. There's, either you're hustler or you're being hustled. And these women these days are the hustlers. And I got all these songs about buying women bags and cars and vacations and everything. I mean, come on, ain't none of these people that are even rapping or singing or making songs about that. They don't have money to even be buying women condos and stuff like that. Most of these people end up broke. I mean, most entertainers, if you don't stay on top for a long time, you end up broke. I mean, how much? What's the percentage on that? I don't even know. I'm not even gonna sit here and act like I know, but the percentage of entertainers and everything, or even athletes and everything, women trying to treat these men like a lottery ticket, they end up broke. You know, they end up broke, and one of the main vices they end up broke from is divorce, going spending all this money on these women, trying to appear rich or buy love. That's all y'all doing is buying love. Everybody can see it. Everybody can see it, and best believe she can see it. That's for sure. So men, choose wisely. Choose wisely when you're choosing a wife, a dating partner, even somebody to go on vacation with. You're a man. You don't even need all that. You can go on vacation by yourself. You find yourself a woman there on vacation. You can, you know, what are you doing with these women that are just a bill, just a leeching ass bill, and they don't have anything to offer but a smart mouth? What, a vibe? Uh, they look good on your arm. Who cares about any of that? They're completely on the hustle. They're delusional. They're treating men like a lottery ticket. You know, they want you to pay for everything. They call you. They'll be so quick to be like, if you don't pay for everything, you're not a real man. Are you a real woman? What are you doing? What are you doing? Like, do you have anything to offer at all to a man that would even make the man want you to be his wife or his significant other, or even bring you into his world? And men, if you shouldn't even be trying to bring a woman into your world if you ain't got your together. That's ridiculous. You need to work on you. You hit the gym, drink water, focus on your money, focus on multiple streams of income. That should be your only worry. You know, everybody has needs, and I get that. Everybody has needs, but you're letting your lust and your needs throw away a lot of your money, your self-respect. Just, how do you even live with yourself sending these women money just to go on a date with them? I mean, there's a very, very big term for that. I don't want to say it on air. I'm trying to keep it very clean, but when you have to pay a woman for services, there's a very, very broad term for that that's known pretty much all the way across the world. And there's a term that's known for those women. I don't want to call those women that. I'm not here to call names, but I mean, that type of behavior is absolutely paying for services. And that's all I'm going to say. It's paying for services. It's not to be respected. She's not a hustler. She's not a boss. I mean, what are you doing? I mean, most of them have nothing to offer but a smart mouth, but they still want to be wifey material in their heads, in the delusion inside their heads. I mean, when your woman talks to you, what tone does she use? What tone does she use? That's huge. Let's just talk about tone. Tone can make or break a man's self-esteem. It can make or break a man going for his goals. It can, if you're filling his day with a bunch of attitude, disrespect, tone, he's not even going to reach his full potential. You're shooting yourself in the foot. This is a man you want to lead, but you're sitting there hindering him from being the best version of himself. I don't even understand it. Like, you hitch your wagon to this man, but you want to throw fucking, excuse my language, but you want to throw a stick in the spokes and make him trip over his own wheels with all that bad attitude and language. Nobody wants to hear it. It literally drains a man's energy when a woman constantly wants to bicker, come at him. Be his peace. Be that man's peace. That's that's 100% all a man really wants. He wants peace, to be pleased, his kids taken care of. He wants a clean home to come home to. You know, when you treat men right, actually right, not just being there isn't enough. You know, a lot of women think, oh, I'm so pretty. Me just being there is treating him right. Me answering his texts in a timely manner, that's actually treating him right. No, treating him right is a little more catering to him. You know, men need to be catered to too. You know, it's almost taboo to say men need to be catered to, but women will make songs about it. They'll talk about it. They'll put it in their bios of dating apps. I mean, cater to your man. A man that's catered to will definitely treat you much better. I mean, it's almost like, do you not see that if you treat somebody good, they're going to treat you good too, or they're definitely much more likely to treat you good? It can't just be just 100% take, and he gives, and then the second he doesn't give, he's the problem. He's the problem. As soon as he closes his wallet, he's the problem. As soon as he doesn't want to put up with the disrespect, he's the problem. You know, a man wants consistency. He wants consistency in his life. He wants to know where he stands. And I mean, men, if you have a woman that is very okay with disrespecting you, she's not afraid to lose you. That's just a fact. And a lot of men don't want to, if she emasculates you, if she is always yelling at you, giving you attitude, she has a bad tone, she has no problem disrespecting you, she is not your woman. Like, that is not your woman. She doesn't respect you at all. You need to move on. Let's just keep it real. You need to move on. I mean, it's almost like women think they can hold out affection over and over again for so long, and a man just supposed to just be faithful, like, to a woman who's holding out affection, is rude to him, disrespects him, gives him attitude, and he's supposed to be this just faithful, submissive, bill paying. I mean, women, y'all don't respect a man like that. Come on. Let's just keep it real. You don't, when a man stands firm, that women melt. Women melt. If she likes the dude, and if she doesn't like you, and you're just some side BS, she just doing for a little bit of money, then you're right. If you put your foot down, you probably will lose her, which is a good thing. It's a great thing. Your life will be much improved. But sitting there, you get my point. You get my point. So, I mean, another thing. Why is it men need to be rock solid and reliable, but a woman could be flaky as heck? If you want a wife, she needs to be rock solid wife material before you wife her. I mean, you sitting there wifing some flaky woman who can't even show up on time, and you think she's gonna just magically be your wife and then everything's gonna change? You think you're gonna magically spend some money on her and everything's gonna change? No, ain't nothing gonna change. You need to respect her for who she is at the point she is and what she is, how she's acting before you marry her, before you go into a long-term relationship with her, And a lot of men, you don't even have no business going into a long-term relationship because you don't even have your shit together. You shouldn't even have your shit together. If you don't have your shit together, you shouldn't be with anybody. Like, you shouldn't. Just be single, play the field with the type of, women you can deal with at that level. But commitment, thinking about marriage when you don't have your own self built up to the person you want to be. You got people taking care of women that aren't even taking care of their own teeth. Like, seriously. You got a bald tire on your car, but you're sending this girl money. Like, it's ridiculous. Have some self-respect. Have some damn self-esteem. Nobody respects that. Other men don't respect that. Women don't respect that. Nobody respects that. You know, we're living in a time where women don't have to take any responsibility for anything. No accountability. And then they're encouraged for mediocrity. So put your foot down. Just put your foot down. It's honestly so simple. Put your foot down. Distance yourself. There's so many women out there. And when you build yourself up, and you're the type of man you want to be, like, the pool just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. There's just so many more options. There's the type of women you really want when you work on yourself first. You work on yourself first, and the possibilities, the floodgates just open up. They just open up. All those type of women you've seen in magazines, and you thought, oh, I couldn't have that. Go work on yourself. Go work on yourself. And it might take, I'm not talking about 2 months. It could take a couple years. It could take a few years. Multiple streams of income. People don't want to hear this. You're going to have to actually read. You're going to have to actually study. Everybody says invest. I say research what you invest in, But you need to invest in something. Your money needs to be working while you're asleep. Your money needs to be working for you. If you're just working a 9 to 5 and you're content with it, you're never going to see your full potential. You probably, some people are content with that, and that's them. That's them, and that's okay, Just like it's okay we have some men who really do like a woman to take control and to boss them around and everything, but those are low value men. Those are men that don't even value themselves. So if you're content with that, there's plenty of women for that. There's plenty of men for that. How a woman acts when she's upset. When she's upset, does she just start, does the disrespect just start flying? Does I don't know, this is probably an unpopular opinion, but, the man is supposed to be the more masculine one in the relationship, the more brass one. And when a woman shows a lot of masculine energy when she gets mad, she's always yelling, shouting, always acting crazy, that masculine energy is for men. No high value man wants to put up with that. They just don't. They just do not want to put up with that at all. Tone matters. The way you act when you're upset matters. Can we, it's an unpopular opinion. But I truly believe, a woman can be a man's complete peace. But for a man to be her peace, he just has to pay for everything? Let her mouth off? Let her talk crazy and he just sits back and takes it? This isn't this new generation. I'm not sure. This isn't raising a generation of doormats. We're raising a generation of You know, it's not normal for a man to have to give a woman a nice little chunk of money just to take her out. You know, that's not normal. It's not normal. I mean, do you think a woman doesn't know that if she gives him, if he gives her money, like she knows that he's a sucker. She knows that he's not a high value man. She knows that he has no principles. He won't put his foot down. That's fun. They might take that ride all the way into the wedding chapel if he can afford it. But as soon as he can't afford it, that ride is over. There's not a, if you start the relationship with your wallet out, as soon as that, as soon as that wallet is empty, she's out. Like she's gone. And if you don't think that, like, look at the divorce rate from all those NFL and baseball and NBA players, hockey players. Look at when they're famous and when that money's rolling in and things are good. Boy, that woman hangs on his side like a cheap suit. She in every photo op. She is missed by his side. But as soon as that contract's over, the fame dries out. Boy, that love dries out just as quick because he met her with his wallet open. And once you meet somebody with your wallet open, there's no turning back. It's a wrap. You are a John. She is who she is. We're not going to hate on her for who she is. She's on her hustle. You just became her mark, You took it all the way to marriage. It's not just famous people. This happens to men every day. This happens to men that aren't even close to millionaires. This happens to men that work construction. All of a sudden they start doing all that dumb BS that everybody, even their homeboys, their friends, everybody knows they're acting dumb. The woman knows he's acting dumb, but she got him hook, line, and sinker. And once you're on that hook, and you got that love bug and your wallet open, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. She got you. You need to stand back and reflect. I encourage every man to stand back and reflect on his relationship and be like, if this money dried up, would her love dry up? Because I think a lot of people would find that it is that type of situation where if the money dries up, the love dries up. I mean, just wifing these girls because they're cute. I mean, it's gotta go out of style. It's gotta go, or just giving in to their whims. Oh my gosh, letting them play victim. It just never ends. They can twist any situation. A woman can twist any situation into them being the victim, and then their friends clap like seals at the circus for them, like they did something. Like they can just display the most garbage behavior and play victim, and their friends will encourage them, and it's just it's a vicious cycle. I mean, not only are women their own worst enemies from they hate each other and they want to take anything the other woman has, they're not even they will literally give their friends the worst advice. Be single like me, be miserable like me. Misery loves company. And these women will be like, "Oh, this is my boss, ride or die girlfriend. This is what? She's throwing your life in the trash. Her life is in the trash and she's trying to drag you with it." And they will just clap, 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 clap. She gonna tell you, don't be with this guy because he doesn't have enough money. Whoopty whoop whoop. They'll find some way to sabotage the next woman's relationship. This is the guy could love her, be nice to her, be kind to her. It won't be enough. when are we gonna go back to a time when a man was, if he offered protection, kindness, he was loving to her, he loved his kids, that was an attractive value. You know, what's an attractive value now? He sits around and just lets this woman with a smart mouth spend up all his money, and he just sits back and lets her do whatever. So that basically that's where we're at in society, in my opinion. What's expected is, you know, the man to just sit back with his wallet open, give her a card, unlimited spending, and she doesn't have to cook, she doesn't have to clean, she doesn't have to do nothing. She has to, I mean, and the man needs to change diapers, he needs to do this, he needs to do that, he needs to be the cook, he needs to, I mean, what are we, what kind of example are we even setting for young women, daughters, with things like this? I mean, does anybody think their daughters anymore should be raised to appreciate a man? Or is it just, I want to raise my daughter to use a man? You know, I don't want to bring up that word. I said it again. Are we just bringing up our daughters to be, you know, services for money type of women? Because that's, it seems like what we're getting at. Just services for women, for money type of women. That's the norm. You know, capture that bag, get him. But, you know, the hypocrisy is just so strong. It's just so strong. It needs to be talked about more. You know, what if a man went around and was like, "Oh, I just need, you know, I'm not settling for anything less than a rich woman. You know, if I don't have a rich woman that lets me do nothing, then, you know, she can kick rocks." A lot of men would die alone, and people would be just fine with it. And that's, I mean, that's just the norm for women right now. Get a man who can just do absolutely everything. I mean, we're living in a society where these women can't, literally, it's too much for them to order an Uber or Postmates or a food delivery service, excuse me. You know, it's, is that the best? I mean, men are expected to offer the world. We got to offer the woman the absolute world. And what does she have to offer to a man? What is expected? Society, what is society telling women they need to give to a man? Nothing. Nothing. Like, they can say, I don't want to sleep with him. That's cool. I don't want to cook for him. That's cool. I have a smart mouth. That's cool. You know, just everything, everything. Men have to just take it in stride. Just take everything in stride. Or it's just, we're toxic, you know, toxic masculinity. You know, I don't like him, but y'all know, but then women will be quick to say they don't want a wimpy dude. They don't want a pushover. They want a leader. But you won't even let a man lead, or you call him toxic. No, I don't understand it. I don't understand the machoism in being a woman these days. Like, that's not cute. No real man, no real heterosexual man wants a masculine macho woman. Is it? No, 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 no. We would rather take a soft, submissive, high school dropout than some macho woman with a degree who thinks she's the boss, who thinks it's our job to cater to her. No, no. We do so much more. I mean, if a burglar comes in the house with your 50-50 BS, are you going to jump up? No. No, do you even want a man to let you jump up? No, because you don't really want 50-50. Equality goes out the window every single time you treat a woman like a man. A woman will call a man all kinds of, you know, call him soft or whatever because he won't get a spider, or she had to get his own spider, but then be like, oh, we're all partners, we're 50-50. No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. Who even wants to be with a man who, no, most women don't want to be with a man who can't even lead or take charge or put his foot down. So being with these women who won't let you put your foot down, I mean, just run. That's not wife material. What happens when it comes to your kids and you very strongly feel about something about the children and you can't even put your foot down with your own kids because that's where you're leading yourself? Just sounds like a state of argument. Sounds actually absolutely miserable. I mean, these men just put up with it. Are these men so desperate? Is that where we're at right now? Because I mean, somebody enlighten me. Let me know. Is is that where we're at with desperation for men? Are we at a point we're so thirsty that we're just letting women just run all over us? Just they can just take it all, have it all. Let them tell us we ain't nothing if we don't cater to their every whim. You start catering to a woman's every whim, and her respect level for you just goes. Because even she knows in her head that guy should have put his foot down. Like now I'm even a little out of control. But much like a child, they'll push the limits. They will push the limits and push the limits until the man finally says no or he's broke. You know, he's got to either say no or they will just run and run until he's broke, or he's broke, he ain't got nothing. Now he don't got nothing to offer. That interest in him just dissolves so fast. Watch it dissolve so fast. If you don't think it's gonna happen to you, it happens to some seriously wealthy, powerful men. So if you don't think it'll happen to you, Bubba on the block, or Amazon worker or warehouse worker, just regular Joe delivery guy, even if you have a corporate job, who cares? You work at a bank, you got a little six-figure job. There's women who are leaving men, they got 12 figures in the dust, taking half their crap, taking everything for them, taking them for a ride, juicing them. It's an old school term. They're juicing them for everything, leaving them high and dry, taking every little crumb they can get. So, as a man, I'm gonna always recommend to the next man that you know, find somebody submissive, somebody who believes in your dreams. You know, I say submissive. We have women who sit around all day, literally all day. Man, be like, can I get a beer out the fridge? I'm not your maid. I'm not your maid. Can I get a home cooked meal? I'll order from the food app, or maybe. That's a maybe. She should probably tell you to order from the food app. Like, run from these type of women. It's just so, the entitlement level is so high. It's so high, it needs to be spoken about. You know, I keep saying it. Tone matters. The way she speaks to you. You know this within 25, 30 minutes of meeting a woman. You know how she talks to you. You can tell if she's loud. You can tell if she's abrasive and crass. Another one that I think a lot of these female celebrities have kind of made it cool for women to be vulgar. Nobody wants a vulgar woman. We don't want that. Nobody wants a vulgar woman. I don't want a vulgar woman around my children. I have daughters. I don't want a vulgar woman saying all that nasty stuff out her mouth. But, that's not something around. Why would anybody want that vulgar language around children? Then you have a vulgar woman, you have a vulgar woman around your children. It's just all bad. I mean, and then it becomes a cycle. Now we got 3 generations of vulgar, single, have no man, I don't need a man, women, and we have a bunch of fatherless children. Let's just keep it real. Look at how many single women are right now with children. Is not is does not does anybody else think that's sad? I think it's sad because I was a product of a single parent household, and boy, as an adult, there sure is a lot that I wished went differently. I wish I wasn't. I look at all these feel good TV shows, it hurts a child's heart and got all these, you know. I mean, I'm not going to just put it all on women. If you're a man and you're okay with your child growing up not knowing you, then you're garbage. You're absolute garbage. You're the weakest type of man there is. Do I believe a man should have to fight to know his children? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I think that's a form of child abuse by a parent that won't let a child see his parent or he or her see his parent. I think it's absolutely child abuse. But, that's just the world we live in where to be a father, you usually have to fight. You usually have to fight if you're not with the woman. You have to fight to know your child, to be a part of its life. And as we know, that's part of society. That's most people knew that before we had kids. So if you choose not to be with the mother or the mother chooses not to be with you, probably should have made a better choice in a woman to begin with. Or, that's take that one on the chin. You picked the wrong woman. Now you got to fight to see your kid, but you need to fight to see that kid. That kid's going to remember you fighting to see it. When they grow up and realize what parent is the problem, they're going to appreciate you or that you did fight. So, sadly, we got a society right now where, you know, child support's an entire hustle. It's just such a hustle. It's just another way to get in men's pockets. And if you don't think women are plotting and planning, then there's a legion of women. We have apps that tell women where famous rich men are hanging out so they can just go there and be predatorial babies' mothers. If you don't think that's their goal, and the sad thing is, these kids, they don't even realize that they've been used for a check. You're a check baby. They're going to realize it when they get older. They're going to realize who the real problem is. And they're going to realize that, they were basically a product of just mom wanted to find a rich man, and now that's all it was. They're not a product of love. They're not a product of somebody who even at the time cared about themselves. Mom was looking for a come up, and here I am. And as soon as things didn't go her way, then now I'm many times not even living in the same state. So, men, choose wisely. And when I'm saying men choose wisely, I'm really, really pushing the issues, excuse me. Stay with somebody who doesn't razzle you up here. Stay with somebody who makes your mind more calm. It's all in your head. If you're with somebody who's going crazy on you and you constantly fighting them, you can't reach your goals. You can't reach any of your goals with somebody who's constantly angry with you, where your house isn't at peace. If you think you can reach your goals when your house is at peace, then you ain't lived in a house with peace, because everything comes easier. Literally everything comes easier when you live in a house with peace. So if you started off dating some woman with a bad attitude, she bossy, oh, she's highly educated, so she doesn't think she has to listen to you, run. It's literally a matter of your finances. Because she can have that fancy degree. You're going to get tired of her BS. She going to get tired of You being a weak man that puts up with her BS, and then next thing you know, y'all getting divorced. She has a degree. She has this degree that was so special, and she's taking half your stuff. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. I'm gonna take a 5-minute break, go use the restroom, and I'll be right back. Thank you. Whew. All right. Well, I'm back. It's Excuse my absence. Well, guess we should just get right back to the topic. And let's just focus on the submissive part. Why is it such a negative thing nowadays for a woman to even be submissive to a man that deserves it? If a man deserves it, he shouldn't have a woman that's submissive and that you know takes his leadership seriously. I think a man that deserves it, who's on his grind, who's doing his thing, taking care of his family, I think he deserves a submissive woman. He doesn't deserve to come home from a hard day of providing. And I'm not talking about men who don't deserve it. Come on now. We know there's a lot of DV men, there's a lot of bummy ass dudes, but I mean, that's your fault for even messing with those type of dudes or even letting them into your life, because you should only be dating or talking to, dating the type of man that you would want to spend long term with, unless you're, young, college age and everything. Of course I'm not talking about that. Of course I'm not talking about that. Everybody needs to have their fun, blow off their steam, have them years, but it's time to tighten up. After those years, they go by quick, and then a lot of women and men these days are taking those little college age party years up into their mid 30s and 40s. It's not cute. It's not cute. Being an alcoholic is not cute for men or women. How, you know, I'm sorry, man. I see a woman that's a lush. No high value man wants a woman that's a lush who can outdrink him. That's always has to be drinking. Always wants to go out. I mean, fellas, run from these type of women. Don't walk, run. Absolutely run. She needs the attention. Past 24 years old, of going out with her friends and drinking all the time, and is always needs to be buzzed or always has to have wine at home. Just run. It's not gonna be a winner. She's not wife material. Shut it down. It's a wrap. Stop chasing. Stop even giving any type of attention. A woman with a bad attitude when you can never do right. I said it once and I'll say it again. It'll strip you of all your dreams, all your ambition. Men need to stop being afraid to be alone. Are we that thirsty we can't even be alone for a little bit and work on ourselves? I mean, man, realize when you take that time and work on yourself and build yourself up, your quality of women goes through the roof. I mean, it really does. It's take responsibility for your weight, what you put inside your body. Take responsibility for it. Build yourself up. Build up your streams of income. Get yourself in the gym. I mean, let's just be honest, fellas. There's not too many men with their money right and their body right who are sitting around like, I just cannot find a woman. It doesn't happen. They usually have their choice. They actually have women fighting over them. Women want what other women want. It's just a fact. It's not going away. It's been like that since the end of time. It's like creating a market for yourself. You're creating your own market and your own market value, and You have a choice. Do you want to be disciplined for a couple years and build yourself up? Or do you want to be sloppy and there's only two ways to go, up or down. So you can either build yourself up, you can build yourself down. But boy, when you lock in and build yourself up, um, drinking water, going to the gym, working on your streams of income, actually seeing the fruits of your labor, thing, you know, seeing those seeds bloom. And it doesn't take time. Seeds don't bloom overnight. You gotta put them in the ground. You need to harvest them. You harvest your skills, your mental state. Get off social media. Get off social media. Stop paying attention to things you can't control. It's a lot of things going on in the world right now, and you know, but most of these things are going on in the world right now are out of our control. Unless you're a billionaire or a senator or a congressman or somebody high up, man, these problems are out of your control. Stop falling for the bait. Stop falling for the clickbait. Get your mind clear. Clear your mind. Clearing your mind is so underrated. They want to fill your mind with garbage and junk and crap, negativity and things to argue with the next man or argue with other people. Well, it doesn't make sense. I'm gonna say they want poor people arguing amongst ourselves, and that's just a fact because the powers that be, if you make 50 million, you're poor. Like 50 million is poor to the people who are in charge. So if you make under 50 million, you're poor, and they want us all bickering and arguing amongst each other. Don't let that garbage go into your head. Be a man. Let's clear out all the junk, all the stuff that's out of our control. It's out of your control. Man up. Who cares? Everybody needs to take a little bit of a pledge. If it doesn't affect what's happening under our roof, like, we shouldn't even care at all. Like, if it's not happening under our roof, what do we care? What do we care if it's not paying us? If it's not gratifying to our children? If it's not gratifying to our wives, our family? It's a waste of time. It's just all a huge waste of time, and you don't think the powers that be know that? Stop filling your head with all this garbage. A man with a clear mind who's focused on himself is so deadly. Just so deadly. Got all these dudes simping for these women, paying to take them out, paying for everything, being taught they should pay for everything. You get your mind right, you get your body right, you get your money right, you're unstoppable, brother. You're unstoppable. You can have anything you want. You can have anything you want. Some people call it manifestation. Some people call it self-confidence. You can literally have anything you want. But putting up with a bad attitude woman in your home, you come home from a hard day of work or just being at home, period. A lot of people work from home now. You don't got to do nothing but look at your phone to work. If you surrounding yourself with hostility, a bad attitude, a smart mouth, then it's a recipe for disaster. You think you're going to fulfill all your goals and you're constantly got all this anger and animosity inside your head, and you're going back and forth inside your head. Like, a woman that's constantly giving you attitude is like a woman you just cleaned your car and she cluttering it all up in the inside, like directly after you cleaned it. Don't get your life together to pick up one of these bums. I'm gonna call them like I see them. They're bums. These women asking for money for dates, asking for money to be constantly sent to them. I mean, they're bums. They're bums. At least, at least the homeless people admit that they're begging. They're begging. They're begging like a homeless person under the interstate. No, it ain't cute. It ain't. There ain't nothing cute about it. There ain't nothing funny about it. They think just because they're cute, you know. And sweetheart, those looks are gonna fade. What are you gonna be left with? What are these women gonna be even left with? They hoping they snag themselves a sucker. They're hoping they're snagging themselves a sucker, and you could be the right one. You could be the right one because it all starts with little fishing. Little fishing. Will he send me this little money? Will he, you know, will he send me a little bit more money? What will he put me as in? Will he make me a priority, making sure that I'm good when he ain't even good? Got dudes sending OF models money. you know that's if you sending an OF model money, just throw in the towel. Throw in the towel. You're a very weak man. You're very and you need to reevaluate your entire life. You know, if you're paying a woman just to message her, to speak to you, what is wrong with you? What the F is wrong with you? Like, I don't understand it. What satisfaction do you get from that? What satisfaction does a man get from having his card ran every time he messages a woman? It's insanity. It's insanity. I mean, like I said, are men that desperate right now? I mean, clue me in. It seems like they're that desperate because paying to even send a woman a message and communicate with her has become a $1 billion business. It really has. I don't understand it. If the situation was flipped, it was mostly men and women had to pay just to message a man. Boy, that'd be a broke industry. They're too high up on their high horse. So, no, I just don't understand how it's like men aren't just literally on the hook for everything. We're on the hook for don't be with her. You're on the hook for spousal support, child support, alimony, blah 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 blah. It never ends. Never ends. It's like as soon as a man puts his foot down, it costs a man to put his foot down. Like, dang. And the only way to avoid that is to avoid these type of women. Like, you avoid these type of women with their hand out all the time. These beggars. I'm gonna call them beggars. I'm gonna call them bums. I'm gonna call them all that because that's what they are. They thinking men need to, no man goes. Could you imagine if men just went around being like, I expect women to pay for everything for me, everything, everything. I don't have to sit back and do nothing. She got to do it all. Like, you'd be a chauvinist. You'd be misogyny would be involved. Like, it wouldn't fly. It wouldn't pan out. It wouldn't fly. You'd be called every name on the book. You'd be attacked. You'd be called every name in the book. Let's just face it. If a man went around saying a woman has to do everything, men only really we want a woman a high value man. I'm not talking about a man who needs a woman for like, I'm talking about a high value man who doesn't need a woman for he wants a woman who cooks, can give him children, his peace. It doesn't really go much farther than that. Men are such simple creatures. And I'm not talking about a broke man that needs a woman. Trust me, there's a lot of broke men looking for a home, looking for a come up, looking, your degree, your fancy degree might mean something to a broke dude who's like, oh, my woman's a doctor, my woman's a lawyer, she's an accountant, she's an engineer, but a man that got his together don't need no woman. He doesn't need a woman for anything but to be satisfied, you know, home cooking, take good care of his kids. Resume checked. 3 boxes checked. Take good care of my kids. Make sure I'm satisfied. Make sure I have a steak. Make sure I have a steak and a load of baked potato. And men love that. They love it. We're just so simple. Why don't y'all realize how simple we are? Why don't you realize how simple of creatures men are? We are so flippin' simple. Our wants, let us hang out with our boys, watch a little sports. Don't nag us while we're doing, you know. Women won't even let you have peace. She won't be your peace at home. You go out, you try to do some dumb BS like watch the football game at a sports bar with your boys. She nagging you and bugging you the whole time. Run. Run, 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 run from these type of women. People say I'm anti-woman. I'm not anti-woman. I'm anti-bad behavior. I'm anti-hypocrisy. I'm anti, they say they want equality. Try treating a woman equal. Try treating her like a man. And look how quick the tables are going to turn and you're going to be called toxic, abusive. You're not a real man. You don't step up. You don't do this. You don't do that. Blah, 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 blah. I mean, literally, a man can say have all his together, everything together, be doing his thing, and he'll be called every derogatory name in the book for a broke dude, a man who don't got nothing, a man who doesn't got nothing together, by a woman who really doesn't have nothing together. Like she share an apartment with her mama, and she got her 3 kids living with her mama, and she telling you ain't a real man because you don't want to contribute to that mess. Don't contribute to that mess. That's not your mess. That's not your mess to clean up. It's not your mess to clean up at all. A lot of people don't want to hear this, but being a stepdad, horrible deal. Horrible deal. Women, they done got a bunch of baby daddies now. They want a man to step in and clean up all her bad decisions that she's made over the years. It's not our job. It's not our job. It's just not. Don't fall for it. A woman has to have a very, very, very lot to offer for a man to be like, okay, this is a good idea for me to latch on to her and her kids, play stepdaddy, take care of all her bad decisions, take on her debt, deal with baby's daddies drama. I constantly have to deal with a woman. Now I got to deal with a woman who is constantly dealing with her baby's father. I don't even want to deal with a woman who another man has access to my woman. What Fabulous say, like back in the day in that song, he said, no man should have her number, blah, 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 something, unless it's her cousin. Basically saying no man should have my woman's number unless it's her family. Absolutely. Male friends, women insisting I'm gonna have male friends. Okay, you're inviting insecurity into your relationship. I mean, you shouldn't do that just out of respect. If you really want to get married or you really want to have a significant relationship, why would you invite that insecurity into your relationship? Like, you want your man to be like, oh, on the phone. Every man who's on the phone with his woman and his woman is like, oh, I'm just hanging out with. John and Paul and Tyrone, we're just all cool, and we're just every man on the phone is like, okay, they don't like that. No man likes that. No man likes that. No man wants to wonder. If you're making a man wonder, he's gonna always remember it. He's gonna always remember it. They say women have memories too. Men have memories. We remember shit. We just check it off in our mind. We just deal with it a little bit differently. You're gonna be remembered for, yeah, that. Remember when she had all them dudes? I can't really trust her. No, it's all trust. Don't you want a man to trust you? Don't you want a man to trust you? Don't you want to get into a relationship and be like, this man, I'm gonna give this man nothing to worry about. I really dig this person, and I don't want him to have anything to worry about. Where's all that anymore? Y'all think it's cute to throw men in our faces like it's a competition, like we're gonna like you more because we gotta compete with a bunch of dudes. Like, that's not cute. That's not cute. It's not funny. We don't want to be like, oh, I really like this girl, but we gotta wonder if she's, sleeping around with him, and him, all these dudes she keeps mentioning and throwing in our faces. It's not cute. I don't know, high value man's gonna sit there and take a bunch of women throwing other men in his face. That's ridiculous. Bye. Goodbye. Man, please learn to say no. Learn to say no. Learn to say no to these women. I urge you. That's what I'm urging you tonight. Say no to I don't care how pretty she is. I don't care how good she smells. I don't care how pretty she is. I don't care if you've already had relations before and you want more. Stop being thirsty. Stop being thirsty. A lot of mastering manhood or whatever you want to call them kind of sites, they say, don't, take care of yourself. Take care of yourself, fellas. Take care of yourself, because if you walk out there too thirsty, you'll end up taking care of some woman and it'll cost you, Your whole point of view will change if you're not thirsty. Take care of yourself. Take care of yourself before you go on a date, before you might even have a conversation with that woman. Take care of yourself. Get the sex out your head. Get the sex out your head. Because when you got that in your head, you ain't thinking right. You're letting your little head think for you instead of your big head. When you start spending your money, you start, doing things you wouldn't normally do. And, oh, excuse me. You don't want to become somebody you don't want to be. So, with that being said, say no. Say no. It doesn't matter how pretty she is. Saying no to a woman is a powerful thing. It's an extremely powerful thing, Can change your life for the better. Hold on one second. Whew, sorry about that. Anywho, I just really want to reiterate that the absolute superpower, the superpower of telling the prettiest woman no. Pretty women are not accustomed to being told no or ignored. They're accustomed to having their butt kissed, honestly. Be the man who doesn't kiss their butt. You know, intrigue them a little bit. You know, I will advise any man, ignore them. The power of telling a beautiful, pretty woman no when they are not used to hearing it is a superpower. It's a superpower that, a lot of men don't know how to harness. They take it for granted. You tell a pretty woman no, and it's something that sparks inside of them. It's like they have to explore you. They have to. They're interested automatically because they're so used to having their ass kissed that it is a superpower to tell a pretty woman no. End of story. That's all I was saying. So, back to my topic. Of course, a man would rather have a submissive woman that's soft and gentle than a woman with some major degree. We don't care about your degree. We don't give a care. It doesn't matter to us. It might, like I said, it probably matters to a man who wants to use you or he needs you. But a man that doesn't need you, well then, who cares about your degree? We want somebody who can take care of our children, who can cook, who makes us feel like a man, who compliments us. You're dealing with an attitude, you're dealing with a dream killer. An absolute dream killer. You're always fighting. You're always arguing. That's not marriage. It's not marriage material. It's not somebody you even want in your life. I don't even want friends that I gotta argue with or always be clashing with her. No way. Absolutely not. Run. We got all these men that are literally paying to take women out on dates now. It's insanity. It's absolute insanity. And women expect it now. And it's becoming the norm. I don't even blame women. I blame men. Because if men weren't putting up with it and doing all this dumb BS, then we wouldn't have a society full of women that are so entitled and delusional that think men should have to pay to take them out on dates, like literally pay for their hair, their nail to take that on. Think that men should be sending them money through all these apps. What? If you think sending a woman money through these apps makes you manly, no, you're a sucker. And she knows you're a sucker. It's for the weakest man. And let's just be real. What percentage of men can really afford to just be sending these women money? I say none. I don't care if you got $100 million in the bank. You can't afford to be just taking care of women, taking care of women's lives, cleaning up their messes for all their bad decisions in life. She got a bunch of kids, couple kids. She's partied away her life. She's all used up now. She's pushing 30 or in her young 30s. That ain't young. That's not young. That's not young. Women will be like, I'm still got all these good years. 33 years old. No, not for a high value man that wants marriage. Fertility, eggs drying up. A high value man who has his together, who has his finances right, who has his body right. We got options, sweetheart. We have options. We don't You asking for things all the time, that is the biggest turnoff. It's the biggest turnoff. Now, like I said, if you're dealing with the type of men that need you, that might be cute. We don't need you. We don't need you. There's there's a certain type of man that needs you, and he's so weak. You're gonna be with him, end up leaving him, which might be the goal in the long run because you get 50-50 in the divorce. Said it once, say it again. The only time y'all want 50-50 is during the divorce. Every woman says she wants equality. Treat a woman like a man and see how long that lasts. Treat her like a man's treated and see how long that lasts. It lasts none. It goes away so fast. So, a woman's tone matters. They think they can have these smart mouths. They think they can, like that's attractive. Throw other men in our faces. None of that's attractive. You know, you sitting here throwing all these other men that want you in our faces. That's not attractive. Matter of fact, if a woman throws other men in your face, run. Run. Because she seeks other men's attention. She's seeking all these other men's attention. Then do you want a wife to seek always constantly seeking other men's attention? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. If a woman is posting a bunch of thirst trap pictures, that's not your woman. That's not your wife. That's not your woman. She is seeking attention. She's seeking attention so she can get a come up, so she can find better than whatever she's doing now. You know, you want a woman that's content. You want a woman that's content with, matter of fact, you want a woman that's just like, I'm sorry, people might not like this, but you know, you should want a woman who one of her main goals is to, as you as if you're the head of the household and the leader, one of her main goals in life should be making sure you're happy and the children are happy. You know, a woman that'll make sure the children are happy and make sure you're happy goes so much farther than a woman with a degree. Like, come on now. A degree and a smart mouth? Degree means nothing. Smart mouth? Run. Run. You want to spend the rest of your life being bickered with? Not feeling like a man in your own house? That you're paying for? That you put her in? These women are so delusional these days. They'll have a huge rock on their finger. They'll have the house of their dreams. They'll have the car of their dreams. Still don't want to be submissive to the man. Still don't want to cater to the man. You know, men deserve things too. Women will have a launder list of all the things they deserve. But what do men deserve too? We deserve to matter. We deserve respect. There's no argument when you say a woman deserves respect. There's no argument at all. Women will cheer and cheer. Look at a man's list. If he says I demand this, if he says he demands anything, he's a jerk. He's this. He's misogynistic. He's toxic. Every man's toxic. Every man's toxic. But lesbians have the highest rate of divorce. They have the highest rate of domestic violence. But please tell me again how men are all the problem. Men are all the problem. No, I think unrealistic expectations are the problem. Delusion is a problem. All these other women who came from homes with no fathers, now they're telling a man how he needs to be a real man. They ain't seen a real man in their entire life. They've never even been a part of a real man. Now they're just online being, what I call it is, if you have to pay for a woman to go out with her, she expects you to pay all their bills and everything. You're a service worker. She's a service worker. I'm trying to be polite on the air here, but she takes money for services, and they're being taught that that's the norm and that's how you should be. And if the man doesn't submit to giving you this and giving you this and paying for that, he's the problem. No, you're the problem, sweetheart. You shouldn't even have any expectations, but a man is kind to you. He's nice to you. No, you shouldn't be dating any suckers and some broke dudes. Nobody's asking you to date broke dudes or just, roll over and to any man. No, a man should treat you right. But if a man is treating you right and he's taking care of business, Can he get catered to? Can he get spoiled? Can he get even spoiled emotionally? Can he? I don't know, because it seems like it's so unpopular these days. For it's like everything for the woman, and we got all these songs, we got all these where men are talking about spoiling women, and there's cater to this woman, you know, catering to a woman that's your wife, that's cool. Spoiling a woman who deserves to be your wife and is in that position. That's really cool. But spoiling a woman to get her to love you, now that's so ugly. Like, have some dang self respect. Spoiling a woman to get her to love you is you're a John. Like, you're paying for her time. You're a John. And what does that make her? I mean, well, let's just get back to the main point. Women think we care about a degree. They think we care about a degree when we have our together. No, we want somebody who's nurturing, somebody who's nice, somebody who's uplifting, somebody who's fun. A lot of women are like, uh, don't even get me started on this one. Women will clap like some dang seals for a woman that's in her mid 40s dating a 22-year-old. Especially, don't let him be an athlete or something like that. Oh, they love that. They love that. But a man, flip the script. If a man, he's in his 40s, he's dating a 22-year-old, he's a predator. No, let's just keep it real. Women look their best when they're young. They're the most fertile. It's been like that since the dawn of time. You know, Sorry, ladies. Sorry, men are not attracted to your minds. We are not. It's just get that out of your head. The only part of your minds that we're attracted to is your kindness. Like, if you're subtle, all that brass, crass talk. Men owe you this. I need a man who does this. That's why the rate of single women is through the roof. It is absolutely through the roof right now. And it's getting worse, and the projections for it to get worse over the next 5 years are worse and worse and worse and worse because of all this delusion of what a man has to do before he even knows you. A man has to do this, he has to be that, he has to be established. What? Men don't even hit their financial stride until their mid 40s. But we got these women, they want a man who's well established, can take care of them, can do this, can do that. You know, I'm a this is an unpopular opinion. I'm not saying it's true, but that whole women's movement in the 60s and the 70s, you don't think that was designed by the government to tax the other half of the population? Because before that, we had half the population women at home. An overwhelming percent. It was like 90% of women were at home, and then the government was like, well, if we get all these women out there, we can tax that. We can tax, that's just more money for rich people. So they tricked all these women to get out of the home, to stop taking care of their kids. Now they have women, they're checking their kids into daycare that costs as much as their whole salary makes, and they're not even watching their kids. Sorry, most men, high value men, they don't want daycare workers that make $14 an hour minimum wage raising their kids from infants. That's ridiculous. It's what make that's a man wants a woman that is takes good care of his kids. And that doesn't include ditching them when they're freaking 3 weeks old to run back to the workplace. Women were tricked, and it worked hook, line, and sinker to get out, to be like, oh, it's the strong thing for a woman to do, to leave my family, to leave my kids in daycare, and to pursue my dreams of all this. I need my career. I need my career. And, that's BS. You don't need your career. Now we're raising a bunch of men that don't have, they have such feminine energy. Paying a woman to go out on a date, feminine energy. Paying a woman's bills before you meet her, feminine energy. It's all feminine energy. We're literally living in a society where we're just building up all these men, and then we got every social media platform. We got TV. We got the whole media saying, you know, great, great. Let's cater to all this garbage when it's only just raising a bunch of sons without fathers. It's raising a bunch of women who are, oh, I'm an independent woman. I don't need a man. Chris Rock said it. Some analogy a long time ago, I can drive my car with my feet, but it's probably not the best idea. Like, these women are delusional to think they don't think that their sons and their daughters need a father. Like, we're growing up in a society where women are so strong and independent, they don't even think, mom's at work, dad's supposed to be at work. What's the kids? Getting raised by daycare workers? That's what happens when you get some snooty woman for a wife because you put up with her BS before you were even married. Now you got this woman with a degree. Your kids are being raised by everybody but the family. Look at the problem with men. Look at all the incarceration rates. Look at all the feminism, the incarceration rates, Every statistic that's available says children, girls and boys, do way better with a father in the house. But all of a sudden now, women can get alimony, they can get child support, they can get food stamps. It's cheaper for the woman. I mean, it's more financially better for a woman to kick the man out. And you don't think they know that? You don't think they've been taught that? This has been going on for years. It's been going on since the 70s. It's just a broken society. They're breaking us down, and they're starting with the children. And to start with the children, you start with the women. You get the, moms need to be at home. I don't care if people argue. I don't care who has a problem with it. Every child, especially when they're a baby, an infant, a toddler, they need mom. I know it's not possible for everybody. And if it's not possible for everybody, then, sorry you made a mistake of having kids before you were even financially able or should be able to have kids. Everybody can have kids, but should they? But I mean, come on. I mean, I'm not just blaming women. Men, you're choosing these women. You're choosing these broke, sassy mouth, got nothing going for them. They can't cook. They can't do nothing. What? What is appealing about that? Enlighten me. What is appealing besides her looks? We got to be less thirsty, fellas. We can't be this thirsty that we're just allowing these women to just, it's just their way or the highway. Society tells them it's their way or the highway. Their friends tell them it's that way, the highway. God forbid you tell them no when you're toxic. You're toxic as soon as you say no. You're toxic. You're not a real man, blah, 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 blah. It never ends. Their list of complaints, we got women that weigh more than men out here talking about, I need a real man. Nah, you need a diet. You need to shut your smart mouth and appreciate somebody who's kind to you. Appreciate love. Appreciate a man who has a regular job, all these women that are fives who ain't got nothing going for them. They got kids by multiple men. They think they're gonna, all of a sudden, a millionaire is supposed to swoop in and save them. It's ridiculous. It's delusion. Don't no man think like that. It's not even, it's weak. It's not even adult. Y'all are children. That's the way children think. Go scratch some scratchers. You're because no man that values himself is even gonna put up with that mess for 2 seconds. That's garbage. It's garbage behavior. Zero accountability. Society's telling women now you ain't gotta account for nothing. You can make all these mistakes in your life. You ain't gotta account for nothing. You ain't gotta account for nothing. You can party, you can be used up, you can have a high body count, you can have multiple kids, you can be in debt, and some dude with a six pack and $1 million in his account and a big house and a fleet of luxury cars is supposed to come swoop her dumb ass up. Yeah, right. Come on. Come on. Are men allowed to think like that? We're not. We're not. You can't even say I want a rich woman. Say I want a woman with money. I advise men don't date women from broken homes. It's just a fact. It's a fact. It's a statistic that women that come from homes that are together, they come from a family unit, they're less likely to get divorced. So hey, if you're looking for wifey material, you know, I mean, unpopular opinion. I don't care. I tell my son in a heartbeat, don't date a woman from a broken home. Like, I appreciate the couple people that are listening. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. He's a gush. I appreciate it. I'm just speaking from the heart. I'm speaking from experience. I'm speaking from, you know, I was one of these children raised by a broken woman. I was kidnapped by my mother. I was kidnapped by my mother. I wasn't even allowed to see my dad my whole life. Like they were a good happy couple. As soon as he didn't want to be with her and had another girlfriend, whoop, I wasn't allowed to see him anymore. So this is a little firsthand experience. And then it led to me making a lot of bad decisions. It led to me making in my younger life and dealing with a lot of these BS women. But I was dealing with a lot of these BS women, and you know, I didn't even see my own value, but I wasn't never paying. I was never paying to take a woman out on a date. I was never paying to get her hair and nails done just so she could look cute, taking her out on a date. If she can't even afford that, block her broke AWS. Like, run, 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 run. If she has a list of demands when she doesn't even know you, run, run. Stick to the topic. Respect matters. Do men have to be respected these days? You know, I think it's just commonly available that men don't even need to be respected. Women don't even have to respect men at all. They don't have to be faithful. They don't have to cook. They can have a sassy mouth. They can be bossy. And a man is just supposed to sit back and just take it, take it, take it, take it, take it. When is our limits? When's our breaking point? Because when we hit our breaking points and we get mad, of course, we're toxic. We're controlling. You know, always saying what we're doing wrong, but they're never doing anything wrong. Like I said, they'll have their friends clapping like a seal. They could be cheating on the best man on earth, the man who's taking care of her kids that ain't even his, and the girl will be looking for a come up from a next man. Here's her friends clapping like a seal, just ruining her kid's situation, ruining her situation. Nothing will sink a woman quicker than her friends. And a lot of people don't like to hear this too, but if a woman has a lot of BS friends, matter of fact, if you have a woman and you're in a relationship with her or you're married, she shouldn't have a bunch of female friends, especially if they're single. They drag themselves down like rocks to the bottom of the ocean. They loved it. She could be the most happily married woman. She got a happily married friend. She loves to see, excuse me, she loves to see her friend doing worse than her. You know? I don't get it. Nobody hates women more than women. They say I'm anti-woman. I'm not anti-woman. I'm anti-bad behavior. I'm anti-men paying for a bunch of garbage or being expected to pay for a bunch of garbage from some woman who doesn't deserve it, isn't your wife, isn't even your girlfriend. And if you got a girlfriend and she's asking you to pay for a bunch of you know, you know, you don't you don't start to feel a little bit used, little self-respect doesn't come into your attention. You know, when's it gonna matter how these women treat a man? You know, why do they get to get away with just not caring about the most basic things about being a woman? Like, they have the most masculine qualities, all that loud stuff, not thinking their career matters. No, do you want a husband or do you want a career, and that's a lot of times what it boils down to, and they don't want to admit it, is it does come between a husband and a career, you know? Because a high value man doesn't want a woman that is constantly at work. She ain't there for him. She ain't there for the kids. We can do that on our own. A man can do good by himself, real good. You know how much, you know, man. You give a man a halfway decent salary. He ain't got no kids and ain't got no woman. He's financially free. I see all these memes and everything. It shows a nice apartment that ain't got nothing but a mattress, a TV, and a weight set. And that's the truth. That's all a man needs. You know? And I'm not just letting men off the hook because we allowed this to happen. We became a bunch of suckers and simps. Not me, not everybody. But we became a society filled with a bunch of suckers and dudes, a bunch of soft dudes who thinks it's their obligation, a bunch of dudes who were probably raised by single women who told them it was their obligation, or they just watched and observed how their mom moves and operates. And they never they don't know how to be a man. They've never seen a man. Their mom says she don't need a man. He don't want to be a man now. He don't even want to be a man. He doesn't even know how to be a man. He doesn't want to be a man. All he wants to be is thirsty, make enough to get by. Some people need to be happy long term, fellas. Fellas, look at your long term life. Look at your years go by quick. You wasted 2 years on some garbage woman arguing with her. That's 2 years. You could have leveled up. Multiple streams of income. Every man should have. If you even got a girlfriend and you don't have multiple streams of income and you're past college age, you lost. Step back. Do it for yourself. Step back. Hit the gym. Go to the gym. You know what? You sitting there bickering and arguing with some alcoholic, loud mouth, always has to be at the club, thirst trap having pictures woman. You spent 2 years with her. You know what 2 years in the gym can do? A person that's 350 pounds can go down to 190 in 2 years. Drink your water. Work on yourself. Multiple streams of income. Go to the gym. Most of these men don't even have any business dating. You're not marriage material. You're not husband material anywhere. Anyways, I've been there myself. It's not an indictment. I'm not talking bad about anybody. But level yourself up first. These men, they don't want to take any time leveling themselves up, and they want to take care of some woman, thinking you getting in good graces when you're a sucker in her eyes. You ain't nothing but a cash sending sucker. There's a whole site, OF, the site OF, devoted to men. They gotta pay to even message a woman. You gotta pay to even, if you paying to send a woman a message, seriously, delete it. Hang it up. Reevaluate your entire life. If you are paying to message a woman, you need therapy. You need therapy. You need to have some damn self-esteem. There's no way a man should be paying to message, to get her to talk to you, to get the smallest response. And you're paying for that? You're a sucker. You're a John. You're somebody. You think they respect that? You think you're getting a lick of respect from that? It's embarrassing. You're embarrassing yourself. You're embarrassing your family name. I said it before. People can't afford that. I don't care if you're a millionaire. You can't afford to be taking care of women, paying for to send them messages. That's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. You stay in your lane. The power of saying no. That goes against my entire principle of saying no to a beautiful woman, or a woman you think is beautiful. Women aren't beautiful women are not used to hearing the N-word. No. Tell them no. They ask for some ridiculous garbage. Tell them no. They will respect you. You have much better chance with a beautiful woman telling her no for some ridiculous garbage than being just another yes man in their corner. I've seen it a million times. I've seen it so many times. Women have these men, and They just have zero respect for them. They'll do anything they say. They do anything they say. And I mean, men, we got to stop being acting like we're so thirsty. Come on now. Come on now. Is it really that bad out there? We're paying to message women. We're paying to do over a woman's whole life before we can take them out on a date. No women respect that. They don't respect that. That's trash. That's trash. You don't respect yourself. She knows you don't respect yourself. You're acting you're acting like trash. You're acting like you don't respect yourself. You know, she clowning you to her friends. You're just another sucker. She's probably bragging. Yeah, I can shed a tear or cry about this bill or that or that. He'll send me the money for it. He'll do this. I mean, come on now. I was talking about it before. I really do believe women, the government tricked women out of the house to get them in the workplace in the 60s and 70s just so they could tax the other half of the population. I mean, come on now. We literally have all these women on all these different social media platforms showing their body, thirst trap pictures, trying to find a man who will take care of them so they don't work. 40 years ago, women were told, oh, you need to have a career, you need to work. They were burning bras, they were going out in the streets marching because they wanted careers and all this stuff. 40 years later, their daughters and granddaughters are on all these social media platforms showing off their bodies so they don't have to work, so they can stay home and raise kids like women have been doing since the dawn of time. Women have been staying home while the men go out and hunt since the caveman days. And you think over the last 10 years we're supposed to change all that in our DNA? That's ridiculousness. Nobody even wants that. Come on now. Come on now. Look, women, they want that equal stuff. Okay, only during a divorce. If I'm in a burning building, actually, let's not talk about me. If that same woman that says she wants equality is in a burning building, let's say she's in Vegas on vacation. She's at the top floor of one of those big giant skyscraping hotels on fire. They got to have a big ladder to get up there and get her. Does she want a 5'3", 5'6" woman climbing those 1,000 feet in the air to throw her on her back and climb her down the ladder and save her? No. She wants the biggest, strongest man so she feels safe. Heck, if I'm up there, I'm passed out from smoke inhalation. I pray they send a man, not some woman that they had to hire who wants to be a man. Like, get out of here with that crap. Come on, it's not even good for society. It's not safe. Let men be builders. Let men be men. You know, women, all this equality. Women are equal, are better than us in some places, but let men be equal in our place. A burglar comes into the house, woman ain't equal then. She wants you to be the one going downstairs first to make sure, you know, that the house is safe, that the children are protected, you know. Equality, feminism goes right out the door as soon as you treat a woman like a man. As soon as you treat a woman like a man. Tell a woman she needs to start holding the door open for you. Go see how it works out. Tell a woman just sit there at dinner. Just be like, the bill. I see it there, but I'm not going to touch it or look at it. See how, like all women do, look, see how well that works out. See how many more dates you get. See how much more time you get with that woman when you treat her like a man. Nah, she can just say you're an a-hole. She's gonna say, that you don't step up, you're not a real man. She's gonna call you broke, blah, 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 blah. Treat a woman like a man. See how quickly that equality BS goes out the door. I'm a firm believer women only really want equality when it's time for a divorce and to split up your BS. And I guess that goes back to my point, men, these women, they're like, what do you have to offer? Well, I've got a degree. Well, we don't give a rat's ass about your degree. We don't. What can you give us? Can you give us peace at home? Can you cook us a great meal? Are you fertile? Can you take good care of our kids? We don't want much else. Like I said, if you're a low value man and you need a woman to help pay your rent, maybe you are looking for something else, but that's not the type of men I'm talking to. Those type of men need to reevaluate their entire lives, go hit the gym, get their money up, go find multiple streams of income. Even if that stream of income, sometimes it's not sexy to put your money in an IRA or investments that take a few years to pan out, but sometimes put that money away. Put that money away and let it work for you. It's probably better that you can't touch it. You know, you got these men out here spending good, hard-earned investment money that they. I mean, if men would just invest what they would even spend on some of these women, they ain't worth a cent. I mean, they could be setting themselves up for life, especially younger men who are pressured into all kinds of garbage, you know, pressured by society, pressured into other women, you know. I'm very disappointed, in a lot of rap songs, a lot of songs, period. They openly brag about just buying women this, buying women this, buying women this, like it's cool, like it's the masculine, like it's the good thing to do to just be spoiling all these women. I bet you half the rappers that were bragging about buying women $15,000 bags and buying all that crap. Boy, I know they wish they invested that in Bitcoin about 15 years ago. Boy, they wouldn't even have to rap no more. But they was talking about, you know, I want to, buy her this, buy her that. Why, you going to bragging so women will like you? You bragging so women will like you? That's weak. That's weak energy. That's weak. And they don't like you for that. They see right through it. They can smell that weak stuff like a shark smells blood and water. Then they caught himself a sucker. They caught themselves a sucker. They got you hook, line, and sinker. And that's what society is now. And it cheers it on. It cheers women selling their time, their bodies, their affection. If you gotta pay for a woman's affection, it is what it is. But don't think she's relationship material. Don't think she's wife material. You're off your rocker. She ain't wife material. I mean, those type of women, they serve a purpose. And if that's the purpose you're using them for, more power to you. Ain't nothing wrong with it. I ain't hating on you. But it's those men who think these type of women are wife material, having kids with them. A lot of these, I mean, if you want to have kids with women that's a mess, your life's going to be a mess. That's just a fact. Their life's a mess. You knock them up, you have kids with them. Get ready for 18 hard years. Get ready for 18 hard years because you're out your mind with that. I mean, I said it. Let's talk about it some more. I said, we'd rather have a high school dropout than a bad attitude with a degree. And these bad attitudes, like, it's not cool. We have all these shows, we have social media, teaching women it's cool to have a bad attitude, have a chip on your shoulder. That's not cute. That's not cute. Having that chip on your shoulder, having that attitude, it makes men feel like we can't do anything right. Nobody a woman thinks we're going to do more for them when we feel like we can't do anything right. When you're chastising us like we're a child, don't put up with any of that crap. Don't put up with any of that crap. If a woman chastises you like a child, number one, she wasn't raised to be a wife. She was raised to just get everything she could get. And she chastising you like a child, giving you attitude, always got a problem with everything. Just, shut it down. Shut it down. You can do better. You can do better. Come on now. You have some dang self-esteem. You could do better by yourself. Don't you feel better about yourself by yourself when you're just getting money? When you're just getting money and not letting somebody exploit you for it? As soon as your money dries up, she dries up. Her love for you dries up as soon as your money does. You don't see that happening every day like everybody else? I mean, this isn't a new concept. That when the money goes, the woman goes. I mean, if you choose that type of woman to begin with, you start out the relationship with your wallet out. What else do you expect? Literally, the first thing you brought to the table was your wallet out and she being able to spend your money. Now you ain't got no money no more. You ain't got no woman. What do you expect? You're setting yourself up for failure. Get your money right. Get yourself right. Get your body right. Drink water. Drink water. Hydrate your brain. Hydrate your brain. Drink water. Stay physically fit. Start there. Sometimes we can't control our finances. We can't control, multiple streams of income. You got to start with somewhere. Start with what you can control. Guess what you can control? Your body. What you put into your body. How you treat yourself. Get your butt to the gym. Can't afford a gym? You know, we all been, we've been there. A lot of people been there, but we rise up. If you can't afford a gym, you start your day with 100 push-ups, 20 sets of 25, sets of 20. You can't do 25 sets of 15. Try to do 100 push-ups a day, 100 sit-ups. Start there. Start there. Cut out all the fast food, all the garbage. Get yourself a gym membership. We got gym memberships for $9.99 a month. I never in my life seen a man with his money right and his body right that was like, oh, I have a hard time finding a woman. It don't happen. It just does not happen. Now, if you want to be all thirsty on your way to that path, yeah, you might have the problem. You might have some problems or whatnot. When you're asking for something that you don't even deserve. You can't ask for a high quality woman that's submissive to you, that acts like a woman, that wants to be something for you. If you don't even have a plan, if you don't have a plan of action, you need a plan. You need to have yourself right. First and foremost, get yourself together. Give her something to want. Because once you give her something to want, something of value, there's no looking back. You ain't putting up with no smart mouth. You ain't putting up with coming home and there ain't no food on the table. You ain't putting up with no messy house. If you meet a woman and she has a messy house and a messy car, and you think you're gonna wife her, you're gonna have a messy house. You're gonna have a messy house, messy life. I can't stand clutter. A woman with a cluttery house. That's just a huge red flag to how her whole life is. She got a cluttery house. She got a messy life. Messy house, messy life. Those are things to look forward to. You do want a woman who cooks. You do want a woman who cleans, and it's a priority. Her self upkeep. You get married to a woman, her self upkeep doesn't get better. She gets content. She gets whatever. You should want the most. You can't get the most by thinking of yourself. Well, if I could do this, if I could do that, when I get to this point, when I get to that point. No, start now. There ain't no waiting around. There ain't no waiting around. If you want, go get it. Go get that. I don't care if you've been with a woman for 3 years. If she ain't edifying your soul, if she ain't building you up, if she nags you, she's putting you down, she's got attitude, you feel like you can't do anything right, you drop her like a hot rock. Just drop her. It's a waste of your time. It's not even fair to her. It's a waste of her time. She needs to grow up and do better. And you don't need to put up with that. Dealing with all these women that are children, grown children. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing, but we got men who are letting them get away with it. We got all these men who are letting them get away with it. Zero accountability for their actions. We got women who have 3 kids by 3 different babies' daddies. They got a laundry list of problems. They broke. They live in an apartment. It's messy, but you supposed to swoop in and clean up that mess. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's not your job. It's not your accountability. Your accountability is for yourself. That's it. She's supposed to fit into your perfect agenda, into your goals. She's not supposed to be an obstacle or a bill or a burden or something you're dragging along with her. She's supposed to be lifting you up. She's supposed, if you got a bunch of goals and you're a man with a plan, she needs to be your main secretary. You should be pacing back and forth in a frenzy of what you got going on. Be like, babe, write this down, write that down. I need to do this. Make sure I got, because women are better at stuff like that. They're meticulous, you know. I'm not, and you know, at least a good woman is. You know, you got some woman who's sitting there on social media, whatever, BSing. She ain't even trying to hear anything what you got to say unless it's spending some money on her. So it's insanity. It's insanity. I mean, like I said, people say I'm hard on women. I'm not just hard. I'm hard on these men who allow this type of thinking to happen too. Because we got a society of men who are just enablers, pure enablers to the bad behavior, to the garbage, to the, you know, take it, you know, I don't know. Like I said, maybe a bunch of men nowadays are just raised by single women, so they think this is just how it is. But it's, you know, it's extremely unmanly. You know, no women respect it. Women respect being told no. They respect a man who puts his foot down. They respect a man who has boundaries in his life. If she can dance all over your boundaries and crush all over your boundaries, she's in charge. She don't respect you. That ain't your woman. That's not your woman. She belongs to the streets. She's talking over you. She's not even listening to you. She's smarting back with you. All that garbage. No, no. We don't care about your degree. We don't care about how much money you make. Well, at least if you're a high value man who has his own. You don't care about how much money she makes. You're going to be good. Matter of fact, you're going to be financially even better without her. Absolutely. You're going to be much more financially well off. You know, you give a man a job that pays 200 grand a year and he's single, he ain't got no kids, he ain't got no woman, you can travel the world. You're just to take care of yourself. You be out there doing whatever. You can be doing a lot of things. You start anchoring yourself down with these broke women because you're so thirsty that want this, want that. You ain't a real man because you ain't giving them money. You what? What? No, a real man says no. A real man doesn't give them money. A real man says, you know, oh, if you don't want to talk to me because I won't give you this money, adios. Sounds like I'm better off without you. Sounds like I'm much better off without you than sitting here paying for all your crap, cleaning up all your messes. Like women can live like little children that just make an absolute mess of their life until they're in their young 30s, mid 30s, 40s, and expect some man to come swoop in and clean up all that trash. You know, body count high, got bad habits, been drinking too much. You know, we now you ain't a real man if and she's too much of a woman for you, or too real, or you ain't a real man. The excuses go on and on and on. They can mess up their lives for years, make horrible decisions, but as soon as some man don't want to clean up all that mess, they're the problem. It ain't our jobs. That ain't our jobs to clean up all their garbage. It ain't. You know, if they want to, you know, there's some men that will. More power to them. But don't let it be you. You're hurting yourself. You're literally saying you're sacrificing the good portions of your years to clean up some mess that you didn't make. You didn't make all those bad decisions. You didn't decide to have kids with the wrong person. You know, and if you did, you know, I'm talking about when you're dating her. Those are her decisions. You know, you have your own decisions, you know. But if you're a high value man, if you had kids with the wrong woman, you can afford that. And you can afford the next new woman. No problem. Because you've made the right decisions. You built yourself. You know, even after her, you can afford the next one too. No big deal. Because you don't need them. They're not a priority. And you're not putting up with their garbage. You're not putting up with the delusion. You know, more power to stepdads. You know, I believe kids do need a nice fatherly presence. That's cool, but it's not your obligation. There's the difference. Nothing wrong with being good to kids. It's a raw deal. Some men want to take it, some men want to don't. Some men don't. Excuse me. It's not for everybody. I wouldn't advise it for men who are young single men at all. But, you know, you are kind of feeding into the women's delusion that they can just do anything, sleep with anybody, have kids by anybody, and some man's gonna swoop in. And if that man does swoop in, y'all don't even treat him right. Some men do swoop in, do the right thing to take care of kids and ain't even theirs, and y'all still want to chastise him, talk bad to him, talk like it's his obligation. And there's where my problem is. Where's the compassionate? Where's the appreciation for a man doing something that's not even his job? It's not his job to clean up your mess. Plenty of men are doing it. It's not his job to take care of your kids. It ain't his. Plenty of men are doing it. But we're always told it's still not enough. No, we say no. We put our foot down. Say we don't want to pay for this. It's still not enough. All of a sudden we're weak. We're not a real man. I'm sick of all that garbage. Sick of all that garbage. That entitlement. Let men just go around saying, you know, uh, if I don't meet a woman who has, okay, let's just do a better analogy. I see all these lists online. Women have all these demands just to date them. Must make six figures, must accept my kids, must have a six pack, must have a nice house, must drive a luxury car. What do they have to offer? What do they have to offer? Nothing. Mostly they have to offer problems, stress, garbage, babies' fathers that you don't want to deal with, other men that have access to them. Nobody wants to deal with that BS. No high value man that values himself wants to deal with any of that trash. Zero. Zip. No high value man. You think there's billionaires who are running the world and everything, and they got a woman by their side who's like hassling the crap out of them, smarting off to them? No high value man. Look at Congress, look at the Senate. How many of them have new generation type of relationship where the woman could just get away with anything. She doesn't have to raise the kids. She doesn't have to do nothing. She's not a traditional wife. Matter of fact, when most people are running for any spot in politics, they try to show off. Like, look, I have this great wife. She's right here with the kids. This is what she is. Because that's what's popular. Because that's what men want to hear is, I want to vote for somebody who is at least in control of his household. If he can't control his own woman, why would I want to vote for him? And I'm not talking about any political party or anything. I'm not talking politics. I'm talking general men versus women relationships. Whether we want to like it or not, some of the congressmen and senators are making some of the biggest world decisions on this earth right now. And don't none of them have some woman who's got their boot in his neck. None. The percentage is zero. It's a big goose egg. Powerful men making powerful decisions that are building things. They're not even thinking about that trash. They're not thinking about anything about, do you think these people who are making major world decisions got some loudmouth, sassy woman in their ear that they're sitting in Congress or they're sitting in the Senate and she's nagging him and texting him every 2 seconds about what he's doing, or she jealous and she just a controlling loudmouth? No, they don't. It's ridiculous. It's just absolutely ridiculous. High value men who have a purpose, who they have a plan. They ain't putting up with that sassy smart mouth. No. You might point to, oh well, my friend. He ain't. Well, your friend's a weak man. I'm sorry to hear this. And there's a lot of weak men. There's a lot of weak men who put up with this crap. They put up with it all day and they think they're cool for putting up with it. They'll even get online and defend these women's behavior like all of a sudden it's going to get them some brownie points, or that's going to get women to like them when they're just really a joke. You're a joke. I ain't talking to anybody specifically, but you encouraging men to bow to women's ridiculous needs and their delusion and their zero accountability and bow down to that crap. Y'all are the bigger problem in society than the men are, because you're allowing these women to get away with it. You're enablers. You're like the drug addict who's got a parent that keeps giving them money and they know what it's going for. They know it's not going for anything good at all, but they still want to give them money just because they finally get worn down by the nagging and the verbal abuse. So they're just like, here, take it, go out, please be safe. No. Nope. These women will go out every night, get buzzed, go to the club with their friends. If you got a girl who has a need to be at the bars and the clubs every night, you're single. She's looking for a come up. She's not wife material. Get rid of her. Run. No woman that's my wife material spends her days and nights at the club or the bar, or she's drunk every day. You know, that's you're gonna shoot yourself in the foot. You know, it's ridiculous. It's just absolutely ridiculous for men to think these women are wife material. You know, I mean, how many women do you meet at the bar and the club that are soft? They're actually your peace. I mean, who are bring peace to your household. Sounds like a big drama sandwich to me. Y'all eating it. Nom, 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 nom. You're just eating it up. I love these toxic women. Let's give them more power by just feeding into their garbage. Feeding into their pure garbage. Delusional. Women think men have to have all... I mean, at least women back in the day, you know, they did. They thought, you know, they wanted a man that could take care of them. You know, they had a good job, whatever, you know, to be the man. But they still allowed him to be the man. They allowed that man to be a man. Nowadays, they want all the pay for stuff, all the taking care of, all the protection, but they don't even want to let the man be a man. They want to talk like a man with all the masculine energy. They want to talk like a man around the house and expect the man to be some emasculated ATM machine that sits in the corner and lets them do it. Oh, they want to go out with their friends. Girl energy. We want to go out with this. They want to do everything on his dime. It's ridiculous. It's delusion. It's just zero accountability. I dare men to even try to act like that. I dare men to try to act like that. Reverse the role. The hypocrisy is so thick. It's just so unbelievably thick. I mean, I know I'm not the only man who's tired of this trash. You know, come on now. Women can literally just act horrible. And their friends will encourage them. Their own mothers will encourage them. Come on. I mean, as much as I say a lot of men are the problem for letting women get away with this accountability, their own moms are y'all raising women that are they're service workers. Y'all are raising women to just sell services for money. I'm trying to be nice about the way I say it because I'm out here online. I'm not trying to be vulgar, but y'all are raising service workers. Y'all are raising women who won't lift a finger unless there's money involved. And even when there's money involved, they still don't even want to lift a finger. You can pay for everything. You pay for a woman's car note. They got men paying for a woman's car note, her house, her rent, her electricity, sending her cash for every little whim, and she won't even cook him a meal. That man will come over to her house, or her husband will come home, and he'll be like, "Can I get a sandwich?" She'll be like, I'm not your maid. I'm not your maid. They don't think they have to do anything. They think their job is just to be beautiful and maybe project a feminine vibe. That ain't enough. Matter of fact, I'm going to backtrack. I said that wasn't enough. That's nothing. It's absolutely nothing. A high value man can get that. Matter of fact, a high value man, that comes to us. That comes naturally. We get that just for showing up in public, just like a beautiful woman. You know, why do they posting thirst trap pictures? But a real beautiful woman doesn't need all that attention. She doesn't. She gets attention at a gas stations. She can't go to Target. She can't go to a restaurant. If she ain't with her man, she gonna get hit on and get that attention everywhere she goes. Everywhere she goes. And men, if you can't handle dating a beautiful woman, if you got all that jealousy and all that garbage, which she picks up on and she gonna leave you for, if you can't handle dating a beautiful woman, don't do it. It's not for everybody because your woman's gonna get hit on all the time. You gotta be a very secure, strong man to date a beautiful woman. Everybody wants a beautiful woman. Everybody wants a beautiful woman. But there's a lot of weak men dating beautiful women that are just suckering it up. You know? And there's a lot of men that are dating beautiful women just because men are too scared to even approach them. And women smell that too. You know? You can't be scared of women. What's the worst they can tell you? No. That's the worst they can say is no. You go on about your life. But that man who doesn't try, who doesn't put that effort forward, who doesn't step to her, who doesn't a real man who can't look her in her eye, ask her name, ask her interests. If you are out, ask her to buy a drink, ask her anything. Well, you're lost. You ain't gonna have nobody. You ain't gonna have nobody. And that woman shouldn't have a man who's afraid of her. Because if you start out afraid of her, then you're going to be, next thing you know, you're going to be doing all kinds of dumb crap that I'm talking about. You're going to be paying her bills before you're married to her, giving her money, doing all that dumb crap that nobody likes. Hardcore workout, what's up? I see you there. Thanks for listening in. We're just talking about these delusional women who think they can just treat men any type of way when a man would rather just have a steak cooked for him, peace in his house, Not, I said it, give a man, satisfy a man, cook him a steak, give him some peace at his house, make sure you're his peace. That's all they want. Take good care of his kids. Make sure you're a good mom who can take care. We don't want much. Men are such simple creatures. Men are such simple creatures, and they're exploiting that. They're exploiting that for money, attention, self-esteem. The way a woman talks to you matters. The way a woman talks to you flippin' matters. If she doesn't respect you in the way she speaks to you, drop her. It all starts with communication. I was reading this story by a therapist. He said most marriages break down over lack of respect during communication. People don't want to be belittled. They don't want to be put down. You got a woman who's putting you down, making you feel like everything you do isn't good enough. Well, then, that's the state of mind you're going to live in, like you're never good enough. If you've got a woman around you who's always making you feel like nothing you do is good enough, then you're going to feel like you're not good enough eventually. It all sinks in, people. It's all mental. It's all cerebral. If you got a woman around you who just thinks that you treat you like you're a hero, like that you're like she believes in your strength, she uplifts you, boy, you're going to walk around skipping. You're going to feel like, you're going to feel like you can conquer anything. I ain't anti-woman. Women can make you feel the best. They can make you feel like the man. They can up your masculinity. But you got to be willing to up it first. You got to be willing to be the best version of yourself. And that's before you start latching some bum-ass, broke, attitude-having woman to your side. Don't hitch that to your wagon. You hitch sweetness. You hitch submissiveness, love, cooperation. That's a word I haven't used today that I wish I used more. Men want cooperation. We want cooperation. That's real big with uplifting us, You know, a woman uplifts us. They make us feel like the man. We start making better decisions. It's better for them. They handicapping themselves by being rude obstacles in our life. You know, they have handicapping a situation that they're hoping for. They want their man to be the best because it works out best for them, mostly because they can be more financially free if the man is more financially free. But then they sitting there handicapping all his goals by, undercutting him, talking bad to him, acting like what he says doesn't matter, you know, disrespecting him, giving him attitude when he doesn't deserve it. You know, a woman with an attitude, I'm telling you, run, 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 fellas. I'm not, and they all have it. I'm not talking about a specific race. I'm not a, or religion or anything. It's something. It's deeper than that. It's something that their mamas had to teach them, that their mothers had to teach them, how to be a wife, how to be a woman. You know, what have they? What did their mom teach them to be a wife? Did they teach them to just get whatever they could get out of a man? Is that a wife? Whatever you can get out of a man? No, because they're actually hurting their own daughters because they're missing out on love. They're missing out on love. They're missing out on good people. You know, ladies. A small percentage of the population, makes millions of dollars. You know, but how good does a woman feel when she has a man, a strong man that's satisfying her, that she's vibing with, that she met a man and he's really taking her mentally to another level. She goes to work skipping. She's happy. She got a smile on her face. It's not even a financial thing. When a woman's really happy in her relationship, boy, other women see it and hate it. She radiates. It's not about money. It's about touching that nerve where she feels, you know, a lot of women nowadays are also tricked. They can get that good glowy feeling from a complete loser who can just, you know, do them real good, satisfy her real good. But, if you want to get deeper than that, when a man's really, kicking in, when she got a man as hard as a rock down, he's a solid dude. Like, that displays a whole different confidence in her too, you know. But men don't want that from these attitude having women. I'm telling you, tone matters, respect matters. The way a woman acts when she's upset matters, When she's upset, does she turn that anger on you? Is she calling you names, emasculating you? Run, run, run. If a woman emasculates you, she don't respect you. That ain't your woman. If a woman can emasculate you, especially in front of other people, that ain't the woman for you. You'll never feel like a man. You'll never feel like a man. You feel like a little puppy with his tail tucked between his legs. That's weak energy. That's weak male energy. Women can see it. They don't respect it. You don't respect yourself. She doesn't respect you. That's a lose-lose, brother. That is a lose-lose. These women, they think sex is like the only thing that matters. If they're giving a man that, then that's all he deserves. He can sit back and just chill and spend his money, and that's what society's teaching him. And it's a sad state of mind right now because a lot of men are falling for it. Too many men are falling for it. You gotta have some self-respect. You gotta have some self-esteem. You know, you don't think women know that they're the bottom of the barrel deep in their heads? They know they ain't nothing. They know they broke. They know they made a bunch of bad decisions. They know it. They don't want to accept it. They don't want to hold any accountability for it. And they want somebody else to clean it up, but they know it. So if you in here cleaning up all their garbage and everything, you think they respect that? They don't. They don't. I'm telling you. You need to decide, you're picking a wife, what kind of woman do you want to have kids with? I mean, you need to think long term. If you're a younger man, you're an older man, you need to think long terms. What kind of woman do I want to have kids with? Do I want to have kids with a woman who can't even cook? Do I want to have kids with a woman who can't even cook? That sounds ridiculous to me. Because that means if she can't cook, she ain't cooking for your kids. You want kids, your kid's gonna live off McDonald's delivered to the door? Your kid's gonna live off fast food, garbage, processed food? Is that the type of raising you want for your kids? That's not the kind of raising I want for my kids. I want a woman who can cook, and not just cook some crap that's heated up from the Walmart frozen food aisle. I want a woman who, I don't care if she gotta take out the AI who's gonna type in how to make things from scratch. I want a woman who can cook some things from scratch. Some real meals, not this processed heat up garbage. Y'all selling yourself short. I think a girl invites you over to her house and heats up a microwave pizza. Y'all think y'all found a winner. Okay. Your kid's gonna be eating microwave pizza if you knock her up. Pray you don't wife her. If all she can make is a pizza, a frozen pizza. It's absolutely ridiculous. Men, stop selling yourself short. Stop selling yourself short because society tells you need to settle. Society always wants to tell a man he should settle. Society never tells a woman she should settle. Never, never, never. Even go tell a woman she should settle for anything. You're going to get a mouthful. She's too good for this. She's too good for that. You tell a man he should settle. And be like, you should just settle for a woman who loves you. That's all a man. Or you just settle for this. You settle for that. Man, men are told. Men are judged on our finances. Our self-worth. Not our self-worth, excuse me. Our worth in society. Our worth in society, our worth is judged on numbers and facts, our finances. You want to tell a man his worth, everybody's going to point to how much he makes. A woman's worth is just some delusion in her head. It's not even a number. She just needs a man who does this, a man who does that. Her self-worth, she could be the most ratchet, do nothing, public assistant siphoning, child support sucking up woman. And if in her head she says she's worth the world, well, I guess society just has to say she's worth the world and she deserves the world because according to her, she said it. Can't no man do that. Can't no man just sit here and make up his own fucking, excuse my language. Can't no man just sit back and make up his own self-worth. It doesn't work like that. It's not accepted. It doesn't work like that. Like, women can just make up some delusion in their head. I need a man who makes six figures because I'm worth it. No, you're not. No, you're not. You've already had 2 kids. You're in your mid-30s. You're in your 40s. Your values tanked like a rock. Get out of here. You need to be thankful somebody's nice to you. You need to appreciate that man that works construction, that drives a Chevy F-150, who actually cares about you. But caring about a woman isn't enough these days. You can't just care about her and treat her right. You have to spoil her rotten and make sure she has no bumps in her life. Cleaning up her mess. I keep saying it. It's not our job. It's not our job to keep cleaning up these women's mess. It's not. Women want to, I keep using the word entitlement. Look at motherhood. It's a complete. You don't need to look any further. Women could literally be like, I don't want this man. He could be a good man. He could be a loving man. He could be a provider. But if he pisses her off, that man can't even see his kids anymore. That's where we're at. A man cannot even see his kids. That's how powerful a woman. A man can do everything right. A woman can even go to court and lie. say how horrible he was. They ain't even gonna fact check it. They're just gonna take her word for it and be like, well, she said he was abusive. She said this. She said this. A man's got to be in court like, look at my finances. Look at, I can afford to be a part of my kid's life. I got to have solid proof. Women will just throw farts into the wind in court. The court judge will be like, well, I guess it's true. You know, if a kid, if a woman can't afford the child without the man's child support, maybe the kid needs to go live with dad. You know, it's just a statistical fact that single children do better living with their fathers. It's just a fact, just like it's a statistical fact that, you know, kids do better from a household where they do have both parents, where the father is in the household. You know, everybody says women all that garbage with, I don't need a man when they're raising a man. Trash, trash, trash. These women saying they don't need a man and they have sons and daughters that need a father, but they cutting those men out of the child's life just because he doesn't fall in line with her orders or doesn't give her what she wants, or God forbid he finds a younger, prettier version of her. It's a wrap. Man finds a younger, prettier version of her that treats him right, is nice to him. It's a wrap. It's going to be a fight to see his kids. It's going to be a fight. It should be illegal. Those women should be thrown in jail. That's child abuse. That's child abuse, withholding a loving parent just because of a bitter woman. I'm sick of it. I'm a product of it. I've seen it. It's disgusting. It's just absolute, and it's just rampant. It's just rampant. We have men all across the country unaliving themselves because a bitter woman will not let him see his kids, and that's what he loves more than anything. And she will withhold what he loves more than anything, and it's hurting her children just as much as it's hurting him. And they don't care. They don't care. It's just gimme, 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 take, 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 take. What can I get? What can I get? Oh, he cheated. He had another woman. He didn't want to put up with my sassy mouth anymore. So now he can't see his kids. It's garbage. I hate it. I'm not going to lie. I absolutely hate it. These women are filth. You know, they're child abusers. You know, you take a kid and you manipulate him to think his parent doesn't love him or her just because you're bitter. You're a child abuser. It's more delusion, more not take accountability. The woman laid with the man. She knew what to expect. She knew what type of guy he was. But now, when she wants him to do everything, fall in line with him, now he can't see his kids. It's just a sick cycle, and oftentimes it ends up hurting the kids. It's just really sad to see that women will literally hold their own children hostage for years just because a man says no. Just because a man says no. Now I know there's plenty of men who are a threat to the woman and the child, and that does happen. But that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about willing fathers. I'm talking about willing fathers that love their children, that their children are being held hostage for money, for bitterness. I mean, I really think nowadays men are catching a really, really raw deal when it comes to child court, when it comes to money, when it comes to what we're supposed to expect out of a woman, what we're supposed to tolerate. We're supposed to tolerate everything. I say it loud and I'm proud. Stop tolerating all this garbage. Stop tolerating it. Don't be afraid to be alone for a little while. Don't be afraid to build yourself up. We tolerating all this crap. And that's exactly why we have women in their profiles for dating. They have a list of financial obligations. Literally, they have dating websites, and the woman's whole profile is what a man needs to pay for and do for her. I'm like, you can't make this up. You can't make this garbage up. Like, could you imagine a man if he had a dating profile and was like, she must be under 120 pounds. She must have large breasts. You know, she must not, her parents must still be together. That's a huge one. You know, she's not from a broken home. What if we had lists and lists like that? Could you imagine? Could you imagine? We'd be called misogynistic, toxic, blah. We'd be called delusional. We'd be laughed at. Could you imagine if thousands of men around the country had dating profiles and it had a bunch of lists of financial obligation or just obligations, period. Just what we expect from a woman. You know, even if a man had in his dating profile, I'm not gonna don't if you don't cook home cooked meals, don't respond. Oh, he'd be look like a jerk. He'd be a big jerk that doesn't deserve anybody. Blah 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 blah. It wouldn't end. It just wouldn't end. Men can't get away with stuff like that, and women shouldn't either. You know, I'm not even for equality. Men have their place and their lane, and women do too. You know, a high value man is a protector. He is a provider. You know, but he needs a high value woman. You know, he needs a woman who's gonna listen. He needs a woman who's gonna know when he means business. It's time to be quiet. You know, there's nothing wrong with sitting back and being quiet while your man's making big decisions that affect the family, or when he's trying to provide to help his family accelerate into a more world of comfort, safety, and stability. Sit back. Sit back. Women, sit back. Let your man lead. If you don't want a leader, if you want to be a boss with a degree, date a woman. You sound like a man. Date a woman. You sound like a man. But if you want a man and you want a real man who values himself, you can't be that. If you want a degree, that's fine. But if you're dating a high value man, and you marry a high value man, you have to be ready for him to be like, hey, you're having my kids. It's time for all that nonsense to stop. You know, I'm glad you had a check and put it in your account, did whatever, contributed it. That's nice, but we didn't need that. What I need from you right now is to make sure up until my child is in kindergarten that they're raised properly, not at some daycare where God knows what could happen by strangers, you know. And if you know, not everybody is in the position where they can afford that. And if you can't afford that, you probably shouldn't have been having children yet, but that's not here nor there. But if you do have to have that situation, but if you value yourself, you got your together, you should never put yourself in that situation where you have kids by a woman and y'all in a place where you need daycare. Daycare is so expensive now. The woman's entire check is going to be going to paying for the daycare. So we're going to pay for daycare, spend up the entire woman's check that should be watching the kids for the kid to go to daycare. No, thank you. No high value man, no man who respects himself, no man who wants an actual wife wants that. We don't. You know. If you marry a heart surgeon, your woman's a heart surgeon, brain surgeon. She on call. I get that, but she's also helping people, so I respect that. She's saving lives. You know, there's always that unicorn situation, but I'm talking about the 99% of the time. You know, don't need a woman. You shouldn't need a woman. If you're not at a point where you don't need her, you need to level up. No man should need a woman. Yes, it is nice to be satisfied. It's nice to have somebody to cook for you. It's nice to have all the comfort, the softness, all that good stuff. Everybody loves it. Nobody loves it more than me, but a need, you shouldn't need her. You shouldn't need her to financially, her check and your check. Now we can finally pay for the house that we always wanted. No. You get the house that you can afford. She fits in. Play your roles. These have been they say gender roles don't matter, but they've kind of been there since the dawn of time, since We were cavemen. Men have been hunters and gatherers. Women have stayed home and stayed in the cave and cooked and took care of the kids. So I don't want to hear about any of that new generation garbage, because no 10 years of this feminist garbage and women need to can do this and that when it doesn't make up for thousands of years of men being hunters and gatherers and the ones going out and building things, building societies. you know it's just, you're going against, they say everything can get ingrained in your DNA. They say abuse can get ingrained in your DNA, but being a mom that stays home and taking care of their kids, that's ingrained in a woman's DNA, whether you want to believe it or not. They say everything else is, but not that, huh? Okay, give me a break. Give me a break. It's ingrained in a woman's DNA. They're better at taking care of little kids and toddlers. They have more patience. They have more compassion. All little kids, male and female, sons and daughters, they need a mom at home. They're better off with a mom at home. You know, you want watching little kids, dad and some brothers, some other little kids running around. You know, just women are better at it. We can admit that. Let's just admit that as men. Let's admit that as women. That women are better at that. And men are better at other things. It's perfectly fine. Where did it become so wrong in society to say that men are better at some things and women are better at some things? Like, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just facts. People want to deny facts. The same weirdos that are okay with men playing in women's sports. It's just scientifically and morally wrong. It's just like, I think if a woman has children and she's out partying every night, morally wrong. Sorry. You don't want to hear it? I think it is. I think if you have children, your butt should be at home with the children. If it's graduation for one of your friends, it's your birthday, it's your anniversary, something like that, no problem. Go have a blast. Everybody needs to blow off some steam and turn up every now and then. Every now and then. Not habit. Not a part of a lifestyle. If partying, bars, clubs, blah, 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 and you got little kids at home as part of your lifestyle, like, is anybody going to tell these women that their children are going to suffer? Is anybody going to say it? Or is anybody going to be like, hey, no, but they cheer. Hey, what do you... They're female friends, their mama. You have a good time. You live your life. Don't let no man hold you down. Don't listen to him. Don't do this. Whatever. Toxic friends, toxic mother. If they cared at all about you, they'd be like, stay home with your kids. Stay home with your kids. Make sure they're good. Don't let God knows who else watch them. Don't be dropping them off everywhere. If you see a single mom and she's dropping her kids all off all over the place, just even if she's doing it to spend time with you, number one, you need to be a man and be like, you should be watching your kids. Number two, you should see the lack of value in her. A woman who will drop off her kids, not watch her own kids, to be out there partying all the time, getting drunk, always entertaining at other men's house, or always got men at her house. Those are garbage women. Just call a spade how it is a spade. Women will be quick to call a man garbage, broke, not a real man. Shoot, these women will tell a man he's not a real man because of his height. A man can be the most solid, loving, good dude that loves her, but he doesn't make a height requirement, so he ain't a real man. But let a man twist it back and say things like that. Sorry, ma'am, I can't date you because you're not at least a C cup. Sorry. Let's see how far that goes. Women be like, sorry, I can't date you because you're not 6 foot. Sorry, ma'am, I can't date you because you are too fat. Can we say that? Of course we can. Women can shove fast food in her face, blow up like a freaking hippo. But we can't even say, hey, you're too big for me, sorry. Like, oh, you're not man enough to handle all this, woman. We don't want to. We don't want you. I'm sorry. No man sits at home when he's single and thinks about his perfect woman and and like, I'd like a thick behind, I'd like big breasts, I'd like, you know, nobody is like, I want a gut. Nobody is like, no man is sitting at home. I pray for a woman that has another man's stretch marks from his kids. We just don't. Sorry. But can we say that? No. But women will be like, you should accept everything. You should like this. No, we don't want. Sorry, we don't like something another man damaged, and then you expect us to clean up. Sorry. Sorry, we do. It's not our responsibility. We can't say anything. We can't say anything that we don't want. Or we're in the wrong, or we're supposed to accept this, we're supposed to accept that. Nah. I encourage men to stop accepting anything. Have some standards, have some self-respect. Stop accepting anything, and especially stop accepting smart mouths from do nothing, have nothing women. Don't accept a smart mouth from anybody, even another man. You don't want another man smarting off to you. A real man doesn't, because we should speak to each other with respect. And as soon as that respect is broken, you're speaking to me like a child. You're speaking down to me. No, we ain't putting up with that. I'm not encouraging you to fight. Walk away. That's just not somebody you should have be your friend or you should interact with. No, I'm not encouraging any men to go to jail, because we'll go to jail quick. We play by the same rules as women. We'll go to jail real quick. A man can get a domestic violence charge for yelling at a woman. Could you imagine if a woman got domestic violence charges for calling us names or yelling at us? Jails would be packed. It's a society's hypocrisy. The jails would be flipping packed. Could you imagine if could you imagine if every woman who out in public flipped out on her man went to jail? The jails would be packed. The jails would be packed. You be in the middle of the mall or a restaurant, you flip out on your woman, start calling her all kinds of B words and all kinds of stuff like that. You pretty much risking going to jail. Another reason you shouldn't be with a woman with a smart mouth and an attitude. She's going to trigger some BS eventually. Every man gets fed up. Every man has their breaking point. But men aren't allowed to have a breaking point. Women can have a breaking point over emotions. They can be like, oh, life's so hard. I'm depressed. I can't even get out of bed. Oh, blah, 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 blah. Man, we ain't allowed to have no breaking point. Our breaking point, we go to jail or we get left. We can sit there and get dehumanized, emasculated, talking bad to. But when we snap, and then of course everything's our fault. We're always blamed for the reaction. We can take years of BS, but as soon as we react, we're the problem. I know I'm not the only person who's tired of this crap. These low energy men giving these women all the power, and then and just letting them be low value women who just think we owe them the world. We don't owe you nothing. Zero, zip. A man's job isn't to be a woman's lottery ticket. It's not. Give us something to offer. The story's going to change a little bit, but you got to give something more to offer than your body and a bad attitude. That's all you're giving us. It's literally all you're giving us. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to put every woman in a box, but there's definitely a certain group out there. And we see them online every day, like I said, with the list of demands. about what it takes to date them, the financial demands. I mean, some of these dating profiles, their list of demands are like $6,000 a month. Man, you know, man, you could be you better buy some stocks, you better buy some crypto, you better put your money in an IRA, a CD. I mean, I guarantee it'll be worth more than that woman in a couple years. I'm going to take a 2-minute break and go use the restroom, and I'll be right back. Thank you for listening. My name is Ryan James Redford. I'll be right back. Ooh, sorry about the intermission. I appreciate your patience. I appreciate everybody still tuning in. That's awesome. Give me a like or follow or whatever it is. Just get back to the topic. You know, I suggest men, and it's just a fact. Men would rather have a soft, submissive woman that's a dropout than a woman with a degree, because that degree doesn't offer a high value man anything. You know, maybe if it's in the medical industry, you can have a little more safety around the house, but that's about it. That's about it, you know. And I don't want people to sit here thinking I'm just giving this advice or speaking out my tailwind here. You know, I do have a high value woman. You know, I had to bite a lot of rotten apples in my day and make a lot of mistakes. I come from a household with one of these bitter women that kept me away from my father. You know, I know exactly how it goes. I had to bite a lot of rotten apples and make a lot of mistakes to get where I'm at, but I ain't give up. There's a lot of times I could have gave up. When that day that I decided to put myself first and work on myself and value myself, I'm telling you, everything got better. My quality of women got better. I'm talking about inside and out. You know, I was saying it earlier, you know, a man with his money right and his body tight, they ain't got no problem finding a woman. A good woman, a beautiful woman, a woman who respects what they say. You know, when you got your together, women come easy. When we can have a lot more flaws, you know. We can have a lot more flaws, but when we're rock solid and we got our money right and our body tight, I'm telling you, you know, even if it takes you a couple years, be alone for a couple years. Who cares? It's manly, it's masculine. You know, I'm not saying don't deal with any women. Men have needs. We all have needs. But don't be locking yourself in like I need a relationship. I need to be married when you ain't even together yourself. You know? Dating some smart mouth woman. Tone matters. Respect matters. Men want a wife. We don't need a business partner. A man with his things together, with his together. We don't need a business partner. We need a wife. We need somebody who's going to take good care of our kids. Where we feel safe. We feel peace and safe at home. That's what we need. We don't need somebody questioning our every decision. Of course, you know, we want a wife who is going to help save us from ourselves. We all make some, you know, like, hey, you know, suggestions, you know, to help save us from ourselves. We don't need somebody who's telling us what to do, or it's got to be this way or that way. Or these women these days, they'll be so bossy, and so argumentative, we can't even think. We can't even get our plan. We don't forgot what our plan was because we're so busy. Our mind is so fried from arguing with you. I've been there. There's no way to live. It is no way to live. Let men be men. Women, be proud to be a woman. What's wrong with that? Gender roles are real. Don't let people tell you that it's not. You know, don't. Gender roles have been real since we was cavemen, since the beginning of time, in every nationality, all around the world, since the beginning of time. People who had never connected, never met each other, they still had gender roles all across the world that were exactly the same from the beginning of time. Now all of a sudden a bunch of smart mouth thinking we got to do everything for them, women, they want to change thousands of years of gender roles. Come on now. Every man wants the same thing. They want something that they're physically attracted to be satisfied, to have a wonderful meal cooked for them, and peace in their home. Be quiet. Let that man watch some sports without being in his ear. You know, if you trust that man, if you got a good man who's trustworthy, let him go out with his friends and watch some sports, for goodness sakes, without nagging his phone, not without blowing him up. If you trust him, if he's a good dude and he deserves trust, give him trust. Man, I got family members I got friends with, we can't even go to the sports bar and watch a dang football game. He gotta always text her. Always he on the phone. She mad at him because he hasn't answered in enough time. He talking to her. I see it all the time. I mean, just don't answer. Don't even deal with a woman like that, honestly. But putting your foot down is the next best thing. Women respect men who will put their foot down. Put your foot down. Tell that woman no. All these delusional bullshit. Excuse my language. I'm sorry. I'm breaking my own rules because it gets me a little upset to see the one-sidedness of this. How it's just only beneficiary to the woman, you know? Let a man go, let the woman go out for girls' night and he blows her up and won't let her have a good time. Oh, he's toxic. But women do it to men all the time. You know? Why? What's the difference? What is the difference? I mean, you're just killing the love that we have for you. You know? But I mean, you shouldn't even be marrying a woman like that anyway, because she's genuinely showed her true colors way before that, if you spend enough time with her to marry her or be in a long-term relationship, so you know what you're getting into. But if you've been in a long-term relationship with one of these toxic women who don't even make you feel good about yourself, always arguing with you, get out. I always hear women are afraid to be alone. I think it might be the opposite, because I know so many men, I've seen so many men who are just afraid to leave this woman who clearly ain't no good. Why y'all afraid to leave a woman who's just draining you? She has no benefits. She has absolutely no benefits except for you can hang around a woman and you are probably getting your somewhat of your sexual needs met. What? I can do all that myself, honestly. You know, we should seek something that, this is a huge phrase. I use it all the time. If she's not helping you, she is hurting you. There is zero gray area. Zero, zero, zero. There's zero gray area. Did you hear me correctly? If she is not helping you, she is hurting you. And I'm not talking about helping you because a high value man, a man who values himself, a man with his together. He's not talking about financially. Is she supporting you mentally? Is she giving you peace? Is she making your life easier? Honestly, that's a lot of women don't want to hear this, but that is one of the biggest things. Because men with big plans can't expect an easy road. When we got big plans, when we got big goals, we can't expect to hop and skip and roller skate to them goals. It's going to be hard. We're going to have to go through the trenches. We got to be prepared for that. We got to be prepared to never give up. Is she helping you or is she hurting you? Even if it's just giving you peace of mind, is she helping you? Is she helping you to your goals? Or is that smart arguing mouth hindering your goals? Because, why would you be with a woman that is holding back your goals? As men, we should all have goals. If you don't have goals, you ain't a man. I don't care. When I'm 90 years old on my deathbed, I'm going to be telling my sons, go do this, go do that, go do that. My goals never end. Your goals should never, ever end. There should never be, I'm content. Content shouldn't be in a man's head. Build, 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 build. You're content. Your woman can see you're content. You get boring. Women don't like boring. Let's just admit it. Women don't. It's just a fact. They like men with exciting lives. They're like, let's just keep it real. Women like men who have a lot of women, or that a lot of women are attracted to them. You think I'm wrong? Think I'm wrong? Okay. Go to any job where there's a lot of women. A new guy can show up and he can be Mr. Cute, Mr. Office popular, Mr. On the job popular. All a woman needs is her friends to say he's cute and he's needed and he's wanted. He could be the biggest bum straight out of prison. But if all the women in the job site are infatuated with him, all of a sudden he's a hot commodity just because all the other women want him. It's not like that with men. You know, some woman can come in, my dang, I appreciate the yeah. A woman, you know, can come to a new job. Unless she's drop dead gorgeous, then every man wants her, but she can sense that. But if a woman comes into a new job, they're, you know, because only a small percent of women are, drop dead gorgeous. So, new woman comes into a new job. There's gonna be some men who are gonna be finding her okay. There's gonna be some men who don't look at her. Some men might think she's great, but you bring a man into a new job or a new equation where there's a lot of women, all it takes is for him to get a buzz. All it has to do is word of mouth that he's the wanted one or he's the cute one. They'll throw everything into the wind. You think, work relationships are real. You shouldn't even want your woman working. That's real. You shouldn't even want your woman working. Why do you want your woman out there where men are hitting on her all day? She's spending more time away from the children and you. I mean, she's spending more time away from the children and you than she even is. She's spending more time with them. She's spending more time with other men. Men are dogs. We're hunters. We see something in public, especially single men, young men. When I was in my mid-20s, I seen some young woman in public, ruh, ruh, ruh. Men always run at your woman? No. A high-value man who has his together, who doesn't need a woman's degree or her check or anything. Why would you want your woman out in the workplace instead of watching your kids? That's insanity. Especially you have a beautiful woman and women are just so easily influenced by other women. They are. It's just a fact. And I know this. I've worked in positions where there was only like 5 men in the entire building and it was filled with women. Women hate each other. They want what each other have, and that trumps that. I mean, sadly, in today's society, women wanting what other women have, that'll trump all the good stuff they have at home. They can have the best man at home, but that little spark of excitement ain't there because they got stability, regularity. But there's somebody new at work or somebody new in their environment or somebody new in their social group or their peer group, but all the women think he's cute. No, she got to have that. She will throw her whole marriage, her life away just to appease her stupid friends. I've seen it thousands of times. Literally, it's hundreds. Like, seriously, I've seen it so many times. I've been the guy that these women they'll throw things away just for a brief sexual encounter with what other women want. It's embarrassing. So a lot of people think I'm wrong or chauvinistic. I don't want my woman out there in the workplace. You want to know one of the worst places you can have for your woman to work is a hospital. Those places are worse than high school. It's just like literally an F fest. Like literally the higher position, you might as well just have your woman in a single meat market. But it's pretty much like that in the entire workforce. I had women that work. My woman does not work right now, and that's one of my biggest flexes. I don't care. I don't want a woman that all these men have access to talk to, hit on. Period. Why? Why would you want that? Why would you want that when you could have a woman who's at home, taking care of your children, making sure you have a clean house, making sure you have food on the table? Why would you want that? because she says she wants it, well, then she doesn't sound like a woman that needs to even be married, honestly. You know, maybe she needs to marry a woman. Then she can wear the pants and be the head of the household, and she can have a man who stays at home. But that never works out because then they have to pay for everything. And once they all want that, and it sounds good until they have to pay for everything, or their money isn't their money. You know, I've been told, you want a woman who doesn't want to work, so she depends on you. No, no, I want my children raised right. I want my children raised by their mother and their father, and not babysitters, not daycare workers. Have you seen? Turn on your local news. Look at all the tragedies and messed up things and the disgusting things that happen at daycare centers and schools. I'd be danged if my kids are going to be watched by anybody else besides their mother and myself before they're old enough to tell me or tell their mother how they're being treated in that environment. Why would I? You think I'm going to take that risk? Think I'm going to roll the dice with my children? And that's what these women are asking us to do. Roll the dice with our children. Roll the dice with their safety, with the people that are around us. Look at all these sickos in this world. And you want us to check our children into daycare because you got a career? Because you wanted a career? But you still want us to provide the house, provide the money, and do everything? You know? I see the people in my chat. I appreciate y'all listening. I appreciate each and every one of y'all. And I don't really see anybody disagreeing with me, I don't see anybody disagreeing with me. Men, you should want your wife to raise your kids, not a daycare worker. How entitled is it that we should even be told that that's in the best interest of our children? For a daycare worker to raise our children so the woman can have her career, so she can work to make enough money so the kids can go to daycare. What kind of nonsense is that? I appreciate you, user 919340. Yeah, no woman at home, no. No woman at home no more. Yeah, it's a loss. It's a loss. That's, one of my biggest things I'm proud of is I can have my woman at home with my 2 young kids. Absolutely. It is. That's like a badge of honor to me. Like, our women, what, doesn't your wife want to do anything? Don't you care about her dreams? No, I married a woman who her dreams were to raise proper children and have a beautiful family. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Value yourself and get a woman who aligns with your values. You get women who you got to pay just to take out on a date. You want to... Man, there are good women that do exist. I see you said I feel like that don't exist. That's not true, and I felt like that too because, like I said, I have children from my former life that with the wrong women, and I attribute me having children with the wrong women because my mom made sure I didn't know my father, so I spent my younger years of my adult life dealing with a woman that I didn't have any guidance, where nobody told me, hey, maybe you shouldn't be, just because her breasts are hanging out and she has a short skirt doesn't mean she's a good woman. Just because she's sexy, she's a good woman. I had no guidance. That is hard to find, but it ain't impossible. A good woman is not hard to find when you have your together. I'm telling you, when a man has his stuff together, age don't matter. He's invincible. He's invincible. It's not. You just need to work on yourself, because once you work on yourself and you rock solid, then women will come into your life and they don't even dare They don't even dare come at you with that garbage because they know they'll get exited quick. And be that man before you're even the man who you want to be. I still got goals. I'm not the man I want to be. We should all be leveling up. There's no ceiling. Men should never have a ceiling. We're all leveling up. We ain't got to put up with no crap on the way up. But once you start leveling up, boy, those I'm telling you, a man with his money right and his body tight, he don't have a problem finding women and women that listen because they, like I said, when you have the power of telling a woman no, the prettiest woman, you should no woman should have you so enamored that you can't say no. That's ridiculousness. You don't value yourself. You just don't. You don't. You should be able to tell. There telling a pretty woman no is a superpower. It is a superpower. Or a woman who thinks she's cute. It's a superpower because she thinks the world revolves around her. The sun sets on her AWS. As soon as she knows that she just can't get anything out of you or can't hustle you or you ain't gonna get all starry-eyed by her looks. A level of respect develops. You telling women having your boundaries will even make some of the women that were kind of on the fence of being a good woman. They're like, well, damn, I really do have to be a good woman to mess with him. And when you're a high value man who values yourself, women want you. This is a fact. It's a fact. Like men don't have a ceiling. Their ceiling's at like 65 years old. You know, you're high enough value of a man. You know, I'm not as valued as I want to be. I still got, like I said, I'm going to be on my deathbed telling my sons, we need to do this, we need to do this, we need to do this. A man with a plan is, when a man has a plan and he has goals, a woman knows she can just fit in and make his life comfortable, and she has nothing else to offer him. Just nothing. You're right. They are hard to find, but it's hard to find also men who don't put up with the garbage anymore. Look at this younger generation, how feminized they are. It's embarrassing. They put up with anything. They think, I mean, they don't even believe in the role of a man anymore, which is sad. They don't. You know, a man is, what's wrong? I love a world where a man is proud to be a man and a woman is proud to be a woman. Is it bad nowadays that a woman's proud to be a woman? Is it bad nowadays that a woman knows how to cook? She keeps a tidy house. She makes sure her man is fed. She makes sure her kids are raised and well and up and dressed and bathed for school. I mean, having your kids excel should be all our goals. And that goal is much more attainable with a man playing a man role and a woman playing a woman role. And it's a statistical fact. I mean, let's just know kids turn out better coming from homes with a mother and a father both there. Single parent households, we all know the mess that's going on. You know, so fellas, get you a woman who treats you right. If she don't treat you right, leave her. Have your enough self-esteem. Have enough damn self-esteem to leave her. And don't just leave her, block her. Block her. Get her out your life. This girl's will mess up your life so quick you'd be paying for it for years. For years. Years paying for that. And I'm not just talking about child support. You could have some arguing, smart mouth, always second guessing you, doesn't want to let you lead, and just ruining your peace. You sit around with that for 3-4 years. You could be paying for it mentally for 10. You know. No, you gotta. These men, like I said, I'm not letting men off the hook because we're the enablers. We're like the parents. Like I was saying before, we're like the parents of a drug addict who just keeps giving in. We just keep letting all this women with all this masculine energy. You know, we got women bragging all over social media this second how men need need to do this. Men need to do that. They ain't got nothing to offer but sex. That's it. Don't tell me about a vibe. Don't tell me about this. Men, stop being so thirsty. Stop being so thirsty. It ain't worth it. It ain't worth it. You're holding yourself back so much. So much. You need to take the reins of your own life and stop accepting this garbage. If you want to, if you want a wife, if you want to go at it half ASS, not be the man that you want to be, but you still want to, but you just insist on having a woman, you insist on having a wife, but you ain't even halfway to your goals, well, expect a woman who sees you as a half a man. That's just it is what it is. It matters how a woman talks to a man. You should know this it should take you dating her a very short amount of time. And if you living with a woman, you should definitely know how she talks to you and how it's going to be and if that's the life you want. Let's keep it real. You think if you buy the next thing or give her that ring or have that baby or something, all of a sudden things are going to poof and be better? No, or like just because, they're like leeches that can't get enough blood. What's next? I got the baby. What's next? He needs to do this. I don't have to work. He pays for everything. What's next? What else can he do? It's like a hustler, They're going to hustle till you're empty. And then they're going to leave you and take half. It happens every day. From coast to coast. All races. All nationalities. What can you do for them? And then when you're all used up, they want half of what you got left. And it's really your fault because you didn't see the red flags. You didn't see the signs. You didn't look at her friends. You didn't look at her mother. You didn't look at her home environment. Women that come from a broken home or divorce, way more likely to get divorced. I tell my sons, look, if her parents ain't together, that's not a wife material. Women don't like to hear that because so many of them come from. But they just haven't learned to function in a household of a happy marriage. And that's not your fault. It's not your fault, sir. It's not your fault, fellas, because she doesn't know how to function in a happy household of a happy marriage because she wasn't raised in one. But does that mean you should accept that burden and have an unhappy household and marriage yourself? I think not. Absolutely not. Want to handicap your life? Play golf? Trying to handicap your life? That's all you're doing. Striking your own self out, messing with these do-nothing bums because they're cute. Every man has needs. Certain women serve a certain purpose, but you need to look at what type of woman they are and what purpose they're going to serve in your life. Is she a wife material? Is she fun for that day, that night material? Is she fun for a trip to Vegas, we got all types of women for all different types of causes, but draining your account because she cute ain't one of them. It's just not. Be better. I don't have any stake in this fight. I've been there. I ain't been there where I've been one of these dudes who ever pays bills or anything, but I've definitely been with women who thought like it's my world, like you little sassy smart mouth, I need my career, and I left all that stuff in the dust when I started to value myself, when I could afford myself, when I could afford to value myself and have the type of women I wanted. I'm telling you, multiple streams of income. If you ain't working on multiple streams of income, but you're working on a woman or working on getting a woman to like you, you're lost. You're lost. It's embarrassing actually. You know, multiple streams of income. You know, sometimes they pan out, sometimes they don't. But a man doesn't quit trying. You're never. Most men don't just strike it rich on their first try with multiple streams of income. The goal should really be to have. You know, you can have some that do well. You just keep trying. You keep trying. You keep trying, just more and more and more. But if you ain't working on multiple streams of income, but you're working on paying another woman's bills, boy, bury your head in the sand. You lost. You're lost in the sauce. She got a sucker on the line, and she knows it. She knows it. Her friends know it. Her mama knows it. She don't respect you. She telling you everything you want to hear. As soon as that cash hits her account, it's on to the next thing. That if you don't do, then you ain't nothing. You know? It's just, I don't care about we've been together so long. Drop her like a hot rock. What is she doing? Is she helping you with your dreams? There are women out there. There are women out there, but you have to value yourself first. I'm not a big on women at the gym because I don't like women with muscles. I think that's masculine. But at least, there are some women at the gym who just go for upkeep, go on the Stairmaster, the Stepmaster, whatever. And, my point is, women at the gym at least have enough. They're not so lazy that they don't even get off their butts. They get up and you see a little bit of gumption in them. They have a little, and that's at least telling you something. At least it tells you that they're not some lazy bee that just sits around on their bum all day. That's a whole nother topic. I honestly, gym girls, stop building yourself into men. Stop doing all the exercises men do. That's masculine. It's masculine energy. Women building come on. Women like feminine. We like soft. There's nothing feminine about a big rippling muscular back. If you want a straight husband, stop building yourself into a man. I see all these single women at the gym building themselves into a man body. It's masculine. It's masculine as heck. I don't see how they sit there and be like, I want to look like a man to attract a man. I mean, there's only one type of man who's attracted to a man. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get it. Do I like women that have the gumption and energy to go to the gym? But there's different exercises for different people, just like there's different roles for men, there's different roles for women, there's different exercises for men, there's different exercises for women. If your woman's if a woman's bulking up to have a man body, that's masculine. Why would you want masculine? That already tells me she's trying to be masculine. And I mean, who's attracted to that? I mean, I don't want a woman who has a body like mine. I like soft. I like petite. I like feminine. That's why men like younger women. They're often much more feminine and petite, and nicer bodies. I mean, am I wrong for saying it? It's just a fact. It's been like that since the dawn of time. It represents fertility. Younger women represent fertility. It's just boggles my mind. Women going to the gym and building their bodies to look like men when they're trying to attract men. Like, what are you doing? What schooling of how to be a wife or a woman did you go to? I mean, whatever works for you. If they feel comfortable inside their own bodies, that's fine. But I don't see how they're gonna attract a man who's attracted to women who gonna, say you're attracted to masculine. Talking to the fellas, if that's your thing, hey, no worries. But that's masculine. Now women, like, Now, we don't just want soft and submissive, you know. Is it wrong for a man to feel appreciated? Hey, user 9193940, I appreciate the follow. That's awesome. I'm new at this. I'm just out here speaking my mind. I appreciate all the follows. I appreciate anybody. But yep, I'm still here just rambling about my same subjects, asking men to have enough self-esteem to say no, you know, encouraging women to embrace their feminine energy, you know, embrace appreciating a man. Where is the appreciation for men gone? Like, men need to feel appreciated too. There's nothing wrong with appreciating a woman who deserves it, but can we feel appreciated? What do we have? We gotta, you know, y'all make us feel like a man. You'll make a man feel like a bum if he doesn't make $1 million. You know, where's the appreciation for men? Like just holding it down, keeping the lights on, keeping a roof over your head. You know, I have a daughter. I was getting charged so much in child support. I was paying her and her new husband's rent. Do you think I got a drop of appreciation for it? I'm like literally holding their whole family up. I can get a drop of appreciation. Still don't. I'm not asking for it, but I could. Could we at least get respected? But if that's your mate and the person that you're with, your partner, your husband, and he don't feel appreciated, he doesn't feel appreciated, you might as well walk him to the next woman. An unappreciated feeling man, boy, he might put up with it for a couple months, maybe a couple years, but he might put up with it until the next opportunity hits. He might put up with it because he has feelings or grown attached to you or some blah blah BS. But wait for that opportunity to come for somebody to treat him better. He's gone. Rightfully so. Men, you need to feel appreciated by your woman. And when a man feels appreciated by his woman, I guarantee you he will show her twice the appreciation and not that fake stuff. Like, there's nothing wrong with women needing to appreciate their man. Teach your daughters that. Why aren't we teaching our daughters that they need to appreciate a man who deserves it? I'm not talking about the bum in jail or, the drug dealer she was dating in high school. I'm talking about a real man that holds it down. Still can't get appreciation these days. That's because we got all these sucker dudes sending these girls money through cash, through different cash sending options. I'm not going to give anybody any shout outs. But yeah, we got a bunch of society full of men who are told they're not real men if they're not sending women money for every whim. They're not spending a fortune on them. Yeah, you can have a great woman, a great man at home who goes to work every day, works overtime, loves his kids, but her girlfriends are telling her he's not a millionaire, so he doesn't do enough. Even though he's filled with love, kindness, compassion for his family, it ain't enough. He's not a millionaire. She can't get the new Porsche truck. Her ring's not big enough. Even though he works like a dog and takes care of her and the kids and everybody's living good. If he ain't rich enough, if he can't buy her luxury goods that she sees on other people's social media sites, and her life isn't just a big vacation of whimless spending, then he's not doing enough. But he loves his children. He works his tail off. He takes care of her. He treats her with respect. But nothing's good enough. I think we're all tired of it. I think real men are tired of seeing it. We're tired of seeing other men put up with it. We're just tired of seeing it, period. Like, men need to feel appreciated too. Women, there's nothing wrong with falling in love with that guy who drives the bus, who actually respects you and treats you right and shows you kindness. and Lord willing, you got kids by other men, he actually accepts your other kids and loves them, you better hold on to that tight. But we got all these women who that's not good enough. You know, he's not a big enough lottery ticket. You know, he doesn't make $250,000 a year, and my life's not a big vacation like on social media, so he's not good enough. You know, I'm so sick of men not who love their kids, love other people's kids, who are doing their best, and they're told they're not good enough. It's crushing men. It's sending men into early graves. You know, it's terrorizing our community, honestly. You know, I'm talking about a community of men. Like, we, why we got all these men that don't even want to try anymore because nothing's good enough. You know, I'm very glad I'm not a young man anymore in this day and age where rent is 3,000 and you got to make 10 grand a month minimum just to even keep afloat. And then we got all these women who think a young man, even a man in his 30s, is supposed to be making millions to support her lavish lifestyle, or he's not a real man, or he doesn't love her enough, or you know he can't see his kids, or he's always got to fight. He's got to fight to even get love in his own home. He's got to fight to fight to just even love his children. I'm sick of it. We're all sick of that. There's actually some real solid dudes out here. There's a legion of solid men out here who are good men, who do love their women correctly. Let's preach it. Let's flip the narrative. I'm so sick of that narrative that there's no good men, or they're all GAY, or this and that. They got so many excuses not to hold accountability for their own crappy actions where they destroyed their lives for the first 10, 15 years of their adulthood, and now they want us to clean up their messes. Get out of here. So sick of it. There are good men out there. There's men who love the crap out of their children. There's men who would die for their children, who are only allowed to see them twice a month. Who are only allowed to see their kids during the holidays. Who aren't even getting to see their kids, period, just because of a bitterness, because a man didn't want to put up with being emasculated. Or she cheated. Woman can cheat. Man gets mad. Now he can't see his kids. Are you serious? Same with divorce. She cheated. Now she taking half your stuff because you didn't put up with it. Like, that's really where we're at in society. You ever notice how in movies, if a man cheats, oh, that woman never takes him back. Oh, he's the biggest dog. He's a piece of garbage. Look at all the TV shows and movies where a woman cheats. She always gets taken back. Always, always, always. And a lot of times he ends up apologizing to her. Like, and this is, it's called programming for a reason. Programming, TV programming. It was called that since the 50s because they know they're programming our minds. So they're programming our minds like women can just do anything to men. They don't have to be faithful. They don't have to work. Well, they don't have to raise their own kids. They don't have to do nothing but spend our money, go to spas, get their hair done, go to the gym. They can cheat. They can go out on girls' night. They can go out on girls' trips. Man, fellas, man, let some married men talk about. We going to Colombia. We doing passport boys. We doing passport boys night. You had girls trip. We doing passport boys trip. Man, that shit it's not as loved, to say the least. Guys trip to Puerto Rico. That's not gonna go over as well as girls trip. Girls trip, oh, we're just having fun. Girls trip. Stella can get her groove back, but as soon as a man gets a girl that's half his age, he's a predator. Okay, as soon as he gets tired of that smart mouth and putting up with all, gained weight, let yourself go, don't cook. We get tired of that and get a younger, prettier version of you. Now we're the jerks. Okay, sounds like we're smart because we ain't putting up with that stuff. Younger women are more friendly, they're more cheerful, they're more submissive, and they have better bodies. And then now we're the predators. But Stella can get her groove back. A woman, oh, if a woman, there's a woman dating who's 40 something years old with a child that's dating an NBA player. She got a child I don't even want to give her a shout out by her name. She's dating an NBA player who's in his young 20s. She's in her 40s. She got a kid the same age as him. Nobody calls her a predator. Women are clapping their buns off for her. Go, girl. You capture that bag. You do your thing. Let it be a man. Let it be a man. They harassing Leonardo DiCaprio right now because he got a new young woman. Little do they know, every man in this world, if he can't be with the woman he loves or she rejects him or anything, we love to all go get another young woman. And when you're high value and value yourself and you can afford to, you can. There ain't no ceiling for men. Sorry. That's just how the world works. Just like the world's always softer on women, but there's no ceiling for men. You can be 55 years old. You can go get you a 25-year-old. And she can really actually like you for your looks and your just you being the first sturdy thing in her life, She can really appreciate. She can be like, dang, I've been dating all these boys. I got me a man now. There ain't no ceiling for men. Women's, it's a lot's tied up in their fertility, it goes back thousands of years. This ain't rocket science, Tired of men being called a predator for the same behavior as women, A man that's 40 years old got him a 23-year-old. Sounds like a smart man to me. I bet you she listens to him a lot more and got a lot less miles on her body than a woman his age. I know she's got a lot. She could have been the biggest SLUT in high school and in college. She still got less miles on her body than a woman that's his age in his young 40s. Less drama, less trauma, less relationship garbage. Sounds like a smart man to me. There's this double standards. It's always, 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 always a double standard. It's always a double standard. Women hate. They want equality. Hate being treated like a man. Hate it. They hate it. Whether it's parenting, women think they automatically have 100% control and say over the children like it's their personal property. They use it as a tool to try to coerce or try to get a man to do this and that. And as soon as he doesn't, we all know what happens. Men want to, if a woman's got a bad attitude and doesn't even treat you with respect, can you expect her to be reliable? Let's talk about reliability. It's huge. It's absolutely huge. Would you want a woman who ain't reliable raising your children? I wouldn't. I wouldn't want that. A woman who puts partying or her social media at such a high level, you want that raising your children? I don't. You should only serious date for a woman you could think of raising your children. I said it a million times. Men have needs. We all date for different reasons. And if you're dating for a reason for just, you need to get some stuff out your system, whatever, we all been there. Especially if you're a young man, that should be all you're doing. Like you date and you get, when you get to that point where you want a family, you want a wife, whatever. My man said they are hard to find, but when you focus on yourself, they do start coming easy, but they are. And, the pool of good women is getting smaller and smaller. I blame society. I blame their mothers. We got 3 generations of single women cheering on the same garbage. Me, grandma, mom, new mom, great grandma, grandma, mom, little daughter, little kid, they all cheering on the same garbage behavior. Like, we just need a society just raising a bunch of children. Get what you can from the man, then they get pregnant. Then, you know, it's just not a, and then they're stuck. It's not a man's job to clean up that mess, and then they stuck with their mom and their grandma cheering on all their garbage decisions, and no matter what they do, they're encouraging them instead of giving them guidance. Women, love your daughters and children enough to give them their father, give them guidance. Admit when you're wrong. Be like, yeah, I made some mistakes. I don't want, this is what I've done wrong. I don't want you to end up like me and grandma over here, single, single, single. The rate of single women is just through the roof. Just through the roof right now. It's not getting any better. It's projected to get worse. And I don't blame them. I don't blame men. I honestly, get your stuff together and go overseas and get a woman. They're what's his name? That basketball player, the real tall one for the Spurs. I know his name. I just don't want to mispronounce it on the air. But he's from France, and he's like, he doesn't like American women. He said they're hard. He said they're like manly. He's like, I like women from Paris. They're soft, and I was like, I feel you, brother. We are. That's 100% correct. Look at every TV show that's got a bunch of women in it, whether it's Beverly Hills Housewives or freaking Basketball Wives or anything. It's a bunch of women squawking at each other, talking all masculine and loud and talking about what a man needs to do for them, and they got this boss energy and everything. You can keep that boss energy. You can keep that boss energy right there because, you sound like a man. It's just literally just flooded with, I won't even watch any of those shows. I just see the previews and I'm like, how embarrassing. I watched a show called, Love and Hip Hop. I was at my cousin's house. I won't even have that on at my house, but I was at my cousin's house. Him and his wife were watching it. And it was these rappers, and they were on stage, just like in a talk show setting, and they're sitting down with their wives or their significant other and their moms, and then the host or whatever. And these men who acted like, when they rap and they sing, whatever, they act like they're so manly and they have all these women and everything. And they were just letting their women emasculate them, their women's mama emasculate them in public for the whole world to see, pointing fingers in their faces. I'm like, boy, I can't even listen to your music anymore. You sound like you're hard as nails in your music. Sound like you're big pimping and doing all these big things, and you letting these super trifling bum women that wouldn't even have a namesake or wouldn't even be in the public eye or be making $1 if it wasn't for you, just totally emasculate you on stage for the whole world to see. I'm like, dang, you don't even value yourself. You talk about in your songs you got all this money and all this, like you're in charge. I've seen I seen these women's own mom. It wasn't even the women's. These dudes' moms were up in there talking bad to them. Like, you guys chose really poorly when it came to women. You should have got to a level of success in your life and were like, I will not put up with any of that garbage. These are the most do-nothing. Now, I mean, these women look like they couldn't even put a proper sentence together. And they're sitting there just berating these men on stage, and they sitting there with their heads down and their eyes low, just taking it, just like, oh, man. I mean, they already had fame. Why even show up for that garbage? Why even be there? Did they need the money that bad? No, I literally couldn't believe it. I watched 15 minutes of one episode, and I was like, wow, these dudes are some suckers. These dudes sound like they're just so manly in their songs, but that's what society is. You know, I guess that's where society is nowadays. You, you got to do everything for a woman, expect absolutely nothing in return, not even a hot plate. You, a woman isn't you're making a woman into a maid nowadays. If you work 75 hours a week and you want her to come home to a cooked meal. Oh, she's your maid now. She's got to cook for you. What? Yeah, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Keeping this roof over everybody's head. Absolutely, I want to come home to a cooked meal, and it's not acceptable to not. But I mean, you should know that before you even marry the woman, though. So if you're not coming home to that, it's really your own fault for marrying trash. So you marry trash, you have a trash relationship, and you don't get nothing but trash and attitude. That's really your fault because you should have nipped that in the bud on the when you first met her, really, because they gonna let you know. They gonna let you know what they really want. They gonna let you know their real personality because women are just absolutely awful at hiding their emotions. I mean, they're the most emotional creatures on earth. If women could get their emotions under control, then they could rule the world. If they could keep their legs closed and keep their emotions under control, they could rule the world. They could have men in a vice grip because we're simple creatures, you know. But they seek attention. They don't need it. They don't know how to keep their legs closed. And playing a woman's place, a woman plays his place, makes a man feel like he is just a man. He's doing everything. She can run the household from just inside her mind. Be like, yeah, if I make him just so happy, like I'm gonna get her my way. It's a fact. She can. There ain't nothing wrong with it. But that means if she's making him feel like he's the bomb or he's the then she's doing something right. Because a man whose confidence is high and a woman who makes a man's confidence is high, boy, I believe he can. His goals. All our goals seem attainable when we have people who believe in us and who when we have the people we care about and love like truly believe in us and truly support us. You know, like your man says, oh, or man says, I want to invest in this. I'm trying to do this, and I'm not talking about some scammy ass BS or some drug dealing or some garbage. I'm talking about one man with a plan says he wants to do this and a woman second guessing him. He doesn't need that crap. He doesn't. That's the wrong type of woman. You don't need a woman second guessing you, or you tell her your plan and everything. She's like, well, maybe she's telling you everything that could go wrong, or we've already thought about that. We've already weighed our options. We don't need your little chirp in about any of that garbage. You know, we just we just need your sometimes we just need your unbridled support, your unwavering support. Make us feel good about ourselves. When a man feels good about himself, boy, he feels like he can walk through walls. Why wouldn't you want your man to feel like that? Why would you want your man to always be bickering or second guessing himself? A man you've attached yourself and a lot of times your children to. You want him second guessing himself, not having confidence in himself, worrying about his plan when he knows his plan is solid. Like I said, if you messing with a garbage dude who has simple plans of get rich quick schemes or garbage, well then you picked the wrong man. That's your silliness. But there is nothing wrong with appreciating a man, supporting a man, catering to a man. If a man is worth it, cater to that man. Cater to that man. Look how good. Watch. If he's worth it and he's a good dude and treats you right, he's a good man at heart. Cater to him and watch how good he treats you. You know. You want to be treated so good. Give us something to want to treat you good about. There's got to be a two-way street. This isn't just take situation. Because it take man feels like he's hustled, and he probably is being hustled. We're not just trying to, at the end of the day, a man wants to feel peace. He wants to feel loved and supported too. This ain't just a world to make a woman feel like that. You know, make that man feel special. I bet you he does special things for you. And until you're ready to be that type of woman, then you don't have any business dating. Work on yourself. Go to therapy. Most of y'all didn't have mothers who taught you a lick. We got all these kids nowadays that are showing up to kindergarten that aren't even potty trained. That's mom's fault. That's your fault, moms. That's just going to show the state of women. There was literally at the beginning of the school year this year, there was a outcry from teachers who had kids pouring into kindergarten that weren't even potty trained. That means kids that are 5 years old who are still peeing and pooping on themselves. Are you serious? It's not the kindergarten teacher or the first grade teacher's job to be changing diapers. You know, if your kid ain't potty trained by 5, you failed as a mother already. Give that kid a dad. And if you're a dad in the household and you're allowing that, then you're a weak dude who don't even got your household under order. You ain't got your wife doing her job, and you're perfectly okay with it. That's ridiculous. My wife stays at home. My kids potty trained before 2. Right before 2. I'm not gonna say like they're super children or anything, but like it was like right like a month or 2 before they turned 2. Like right by the time they were like 2 and 3 months, no more diapers. Period. 2. You letting these kids go to school like that at 5? Poor kid. How embarrassing. How embarrassing. You're embarrassing your children. You making a you know, making them go to school like that where they don't even have control over their bodily functions like that. Kids that are 5 know right from wrong. You can speak to them and be like, hey, you can it it's got to be way easier. I don't know because my kids weren't like that, but I mean, it seems like potty training a kid that's 4 would be pretty easy because you can actually like have a halfway decent conversation with them and they understand a lot more than you're saying than like a kid who's just learning to talk. But kids that are learning to talk, they are ready to be potty trained. All these kids showing up to, that goes to show, moms ain't doing nothing. They sitting there on social media staring at their phone while their kids just peeing and pooping all over themselves. It's terrible. This so unwife-like material. And these are the same type of women who want a millionaire to come swoop up and save their life and turn it into a fantasy land of travels, expensive cars, endless spending. And these women ain't even potty training a kid who's 5. Bunch of immature delusion out there. That's all it is, and men are sucking it up and falling for it. And sending money to these women through cash sending applications to supporting their bad behavior, their hot girl summers, their girl trips, or their bills being paid. It's just absolutely ridiculous. If women couldn't get away with it, it wouldn't be happening. A woman don't even respect you and you're sending her money that you can't even afford to. Got a lot of men sending women money who ain't even taking care of their own kids. I ain't letting men off the hook. You got kids. You behind on your child support. You sitting here trying to take care of this woman. You dumbass dudes. You dumbass dudes are allowing these dumbass women to get away with all this dumbass BS. Women don't get their way. They'll withhold love and affection super quick. As soon as you say no or your money ain't right, they'll withhold affection, start talking bad about you. All this can be avoided. All this can be avoided by just valuing yourself and selecting better women to start with. I'm a victim of my own self too. Just I said it earlier. I had to bite a few rotten apples to get to a good one. Learn myself, but I also think if I would have had a father, if I wouldn't have been stolen away from a loving father that would have gave me guidance, I probably would have had a. I'm not saying my life would have been perfect, but I would have been nice to have a little guidance. So I would have had a man to tell me some things, so I went through so many hiccups. Nobody's perfect. Nobody's gonna listen to their parents 100%. But when a man does tell his son something, it does matter. All these women thinking they can raise a man without a man. Get real. You're not a man. You can't raise a man. You're not a man. I'm not a fish. I can't raise a fish. I'm not a woman. I can't raise a woman. You know, if I had, if I was a single dad, you know, and I had a daughter, and I was a single dad with a daughter, I would be looking for a nurturing type feminine woman, the type of woman I would want to see my daughter as. I won't be just like, I can do it myself. I'll just raise this daughter on my own. I don't need no woman. That's stupidity. It's just pure, pure, pure stupidity. Nobody, I can't teach you. Why would you even as a man want to try to teach you? What about when she goes into puberty and you got to deal with tampons and stuff like that? We don't want to deal with any of that shit. We don't want to deal with any of that stuff. We shouldn't have to. That's a mother's job. That's a woman's job. Just like women need to acknowledge their job. And men will be quick to be like, "Hey, that's mom's job," dad's job is to protect. The house is safe. You're safe out in public. You can go to the park, go to places. And you got to worry about nothing because dad's there. Nobody's gonna hurt us, accost us, rob us, kidnap us. Nothing because dad's there. Like, dad should just be a blanket of security like no other. Whether it's the foundation of the house and just safety, period. Men need to be there for their kids. And any woman who says they don't need a man there for their kids has been brainwashed by the system, or a bitter mother, or just bitter society or bitter friends. There's nothing cute about saying I don't need a man and my kids don't need a man because I can be both. Scrap all those. Father's Day comes around, all these women, happy Father's Day to me for being both. Well, most of the time you drove the man away or won't let him see his kids. That's what my mom did. She like, happy Father's Day for myself when she kidnapped me. Like, you put yourself in that position, and now you wanna sit here and pat yourself on the back. Get out of here. You deserved it. She deserved to be in jail for kidnapping. If a man would have done what my mom did, he'd be in jail. Facts. You kidnap a kid as a man, you go to jail. You kidnap a child as a woman, you're gonna get 100 chances. You're gonna go to court. You probably get custody. You probably get some child support money. It's a reward system for them. Yeah, man acts like a man treats a woman like with equality. You'll be in jail quick. Woman can sit there and slap a man, throw a tantrum, slap him, hit him, go at him with both arms, flailing. And you can call the police on the woman. You probably be the one to go to jail. I've seen it happen. I have a buddy of mine, a good friend of mine. I remember back in the day, he was dealing with one of these low value. He had kids with one of these low value, nothing to offer, broke women, and all she was a hassle and a smart mouth. They get into it. She stabs him, literally stabs him with a a steak knife from the drawer. He called the police on her. Well, he's leaking blood. Guess who went? Who? Guess who got took to jail? He did. She didn't have a mark on her. He didn't have nothing. You know, don't tell me that women want equality. That's so fake until they get treated equal. Like, uh, it just never ever works out that way. It just never works out that way. Please, as men, please put on your profile. I need a woman who takes me on luxurious vacations. She has a luxury car. She has a 5 bedroom house for me to move into. She needs to take care of my kids, and she needs to do it with a smile while I spend up all her money. He's going to be looked at like he's insane. Women are going to just go on his profile to comment what of a joke he is. We just see it time and time again. The mixture of lack of accountability, blame, playing victim, leaving men for the pettiest reasons, because it's usually always financial. Because in today's now society, if a man ain't giving the woman $1 million dreams and buying her Mercedes and Bentleys for her birthday, well, he's just not enough. She can do better. She'll have 10 miserable women in her ear saying she could do better, and then the rate of women dying alone is just skyrocketing. And I attribute it to a lot of this just entitled behavior. Who wants to put up with it? Who wants? We do have men. They're dating younger women. They're going overseas, and I don't blame them one bit. I don't blame them one bit. And overseas in the different societies, women are actually taught, to take care of your man. In some societies, you tell them American women don't even want to cook for their man. They'll be like, what? Like, what? That's insanity. Like doing laundry, cooking for a man, that's just a given in a lot of their societies. It's lost in our society. It's just absolutely lost. Why would nobody expects a woman to choose less. If somebody told women, if you go over here, you can get treated better. Nobody's going to say, oh, you need to stick with that same old trash. Nobody is. Not a single person. If somebody tells women, you can go over to this group of men and get treated way, 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 way better, nobody's going to tell that woman to settle for that pile of garbage over there. No, but we'll let a man be like, hey, I need to go overseas or I need to level myself up even because this group of women I'm dealing with, or this level of women I'm dealing with, these women from around here, they ain't nothing but a bill and a pain in my behind. Oh no, he's not stepping up as a man. He's not man enough to take care of them. He's not man enough for this, that, and whatever delusion else rots in their brains about their entitlement. No, men, if you find a better woman anywhere, you find the best woman that helps you accomplish your goals, your dreams, to do you. Stop with these headache women that are a bill. Ain't offering nothing but to be a headache and a bill. And then you gonna get called all kinds of names. You're gonna get called. If you say, well, there's a better batch of women over here. It might be a different state. It might be a different country. It might be a different peer group. It might be a different place in your own city. You go to you be where you get treated the best. Because that's what a woman's gonna do. Facts. Big facts. A woman's gonna be with the man who can do the most and treats her the best. So don't accept anything else yourself, fellas. Don't. You're shooting yourself in the foot. Man, I appreciate big guy Andy. Says he's from Asia. And absolutely, women. Once I started leveling up and valuing myself, I've been overseas myself. I've seen it. I'm not just preaching it. I have seen it. You're right. Women take care of their men much, much better, and it's much widely accepted. No, you don't see women in. You say you're from Asia. You don't see women in Asia getting shamed by their friends and their mother for taking good care of their men. It doesn't happen. They're they're taught how to be good mothers, be good wives. Let me see what you're saying right now. If you, exactly, exactly. If she's not trying, I mean, I couldn't agree with you more. If she's not trying to build that kingdom with you, she she's hurting you. I said it earlier. If she's not helping you, she is hurting you. Let me say it again for those people in the back that didn't hear me or if you can't understand. If she is not helping you, she is hurting you. There is no gray area. Building the kingdom, that's what it's all about. As a man, that's what you should be all about. But that's her kingdom too. Why wouldn't she want to build it? And doesn't she get these? Doesn't she get that being a good woman helps you build that kingdom? Absolutely. You know, I totally, big guy ND, you know, if she's not willing to go through the hard times, why would you take her through the good times? If she bounces on you or gives you attitude or isn't or shows you the slightest of hindering your progress through the down times, why would you take her through the up times? If she's a problem during my down times, I'm going to leave her and find something better to experience my good times with. And as men, when we can always trade up as long as we level up ourselves. If we're leveled up and we can afford to, we can trade up. Sorry, a lot of women are going to be mad, but they don't have that option. But men don't really have a ceiling. But a woman who is there for you during the down times, what? That's the reason I'm with my wife right now. She was with me through some of the hardest times, and not one time did she ask for a thing. She didn't ask for a thing. She wasn't a problem, and that's why she became my wife, because she was there through the darkest times. And I'll just put it out there. I had a baby's mother who dropped off my son with me for like 3 years, just me and my son. And she just rolled into town one day and kidnapped him, just took him and picked him up from school, and boom, I had to hire lawyers and private investigators to get my son back. Like, my son was there with me 24/7 by my side after she dropped him off with me for like 3 years. And to have him just disappear like he was dead, like he went to school that morning and I didn't see him again. Bye. Called the police. Oh, sorry, it's the mom. Sorry, it's the mom. She can do that. Whatever. I wasn't in a point in my life where I wasn't affording like proper custody papers or anything, but I was naive also, because I thought, oh wow, because she dropped him off with me for 3 years. Like, nobody in their right mind would let her just come and take that. Wrong, wrong, wrong. I thought being a good dude and a good father, wrong. But anyway, that's when I met my wife. She fell into my lap during that time when I wasn't focused on any woman, anything. I was just focused on finding my son 100%. I wasn't trying to spend a dime on a woman, taking woman out for a date, nothing. She fell in my lap and had my back like no other. And because of the down times, that's why she's my wife. It wasn't because I was having a party and a good time and I was rich and was at the same place I am now and I just sucked her in and took her along for the ride. Absolutely not. That's sucker stuff. You know? If she ain't down for you during the bad times, boy, she's gonna ghost. She will ghost when you're financially dried up. Her love will dry up just as quick. Just as quick. You know? You open the relationship with your wallet and you put up with a bunch of BS. As soon as your wallet dries up, she gonna dry up and her love gonna dry up. I don't care if every man goes through levels of things. You could level up. You could be at a high point, but still we go through bumps in the road. It's called life, you know. And if that woman lacks the support when you go through those bumps, it might not be financially, it could be mentally, it could be anything. But you'll find out if she loves you quick when you ain't at your best. That's why I say find them. You know, if you can find a woman, if you that woman loved you when you weren't at your best, don't expect to go to your best and find a woman who loves you like that. Men can shoot themselves in the foot too. Yeah, big guy, I feel you. That ain't life. That ain't life. You can't silky smooth ain't life. That's fantasy land. That's TV. That's growing pains. That's the Cosby Show. That's the royal family over there in Europe. You know, that's not real life. And as soon as you know, if a woman won't, if attach yourself to you or doesn't love you or appreciate you when you going through those bumpy times, whew, she does not deserve an inch, a speck of spending the good times with you. Y'all want to think these girls, these women, you want to take them on, they think they get to be taken on a ride, and a lot of y'all dudes just doing it too. Let's see, it's about what time? Oh, let's see, it's 11:30 my time right now. What time is it where you're at, big guy ND? It's getting late my time, but I feel like when I get started on one of these tandems, it's hard for me to stop because I'm so sick and tired of. Hey, Singapore, I hope to stamp my passport and put that on the list because you've been speaking a lot of facts, and I appreciate any follows. I appreciate any reinforcement, even just things you're saying that like it's just. I mean, honestly, everything we're talking about is just so simple, and it should be so natural. It should be just we just have all these unrealistic women and all these women and these men who are with the feminine energy of a woman who think this is all natural. You know, marry a woman who can't cook, you lost. You know, marry a woman who has a messy house, you're lost. Yeah, absolutely. You said things are normally simple. It's just humans making it complicated. It is humans making it complicated. It is 100% humans making it complicated. And I think, you know, as men, we call ourselves the leaders. So let's lead. Let's be the ones to take accountability. And let's point out that it's men letting and not speaking up when we see other men just acting so pathetically. It's letting women get away with all this. It's other men. As soon as the minute men stop putting up with this garbage, stop accepting women who don't even do the simplest things a woman should do, then, once we stop accepting that, or even help a friend out, tell a fellow brother, like, hey, you don't need to be paying her bills before you marry her or meet her. Yeah, user 9193940. Yeah, they should be working together as a partnership, but also women say they want a partnership, but they also say they want a leader. So that's an oxymoron. Do you want a partner? Equal partners are side by side, or a leader. Women can't be afraid to stand behind their man. Stand behind your man. Support your man. Like, there's nothing wrong with standing behind a man who deserves it. A strong leader. You know, you're supposed to be the number one person behind his back. They've been saying this since way before any of us were born. Behind every strong man is a strong woman or a good woman. Behind. You ain't gonna be no leader. Women want a equal partner that's a leader. They want a man to be a man but an equal partner. That doesn't make sense. Be a strong leader, but lead your woman into good stuff. Lead her into the promised land. Build that kingdom, like my man Big Guy was saying. Build that kingdom. But if you're playing, if you're the man, you're a high value man who's got that plan. You can't have a woman that's hindering you. Yeah, absolutely. Carry each other upwards. User 919. Absolutely. If she's not carrying you upwards, leave her. If she's not supporting you behind you and helping you be the best man you can be, leave her. And women, if he's not leading you to anywhere good, then you're a fool for even messing with him. You shouldn't be spreading your legs for a man who can't lead you anywhere positive, or he ain't building a kingdom, or he ain't building anything positive. But sadly, we have a lot of women who always want to sleep with dudes because they're cool, or they've got some hustle, or they're drug dealers, or they seem hard, or they seem like some outlaws. you know that dude who works construction, who's got a steady check, who's got health insurance, who's a good man, who loves his kids. Maybe that's not sexy to tell your friends, but that's called stability, ladies. Do you care about stability anymore? Do you care about a dude being a good dude, or does he just got to be exciting? I'm reading your. Give me a second. I'm reading these comments. Oh, user 9193940. He said, I've had hard times or just not wanting to get out of bed and felt overwhelmed, and my lady at the time gave me grief at the time. This is a tough one for me. I have a very close best friend who was going through the same time, same thing. He was actually sick, and uh, his woman was just dogging him out, just dogging him. Like it actually amounts to kicking you while you're down. Like if you got a woman who's kicking you when you're down, like you can do bad by yourself. Like you can do bad. I don't care if you and I don't care how your situation is. I don't care if you got to go back to sleeping at your parents' house to go build yourself up. Do not be around those type of women. A woman who will kick you while you're down does not respect you. She does not love you, and she will leave you is because she doesn't respect you. She's not even your woman. It's just sad because I see it so many times. You can be the best man, but if you go have a little, women are always talking about their mental trauma. You have a little bit of mental downtime. You need to get yourself together. Man, if she's kicking you while you're down, leave, brother. I hope you did leave. We got Big Guy talking about social media. Absolutely, social media is a problem. Social media gasses these women's heads up to thinking that they have to give nothing and they deserve everything. They think they literally deserve. It can be some woman who ate themselves fat, who had kids by multiple women, in debt, broke, don't got a clue what she's doing in life. She thinks she deserves the world. She thinks she deserves a millionaire to swoop in and be her lottery ticket. She thinks a man needs to cater to her. Social media is just killing these women's. And then we got a bunch of dudes on social media who are sitting there telling her all this great stuff and how fine she is no matter what she looks like. She could be a 4, but social media will be telling her she's a 10. Like, come on. Then they got their heads gassed up. They think they deserve the best. Oh, man. User 91919 talking about if she's on social media all the time for attention. That's a big, big, big one of mine. She's single. If she needs, and she wasn't even raised properly. If she needs all that attention from social media, she's single. She's looking for the next come up. You know, social media is literally just destroying women's expectations. Like they don't want love no more. They want somebody who's going to be flying them to Mexico and Cancun and Spain, and they think it's reality. I mean, that's just not reality for most women. Most women, let's just keep it real, are like fives and under. Fives and under just don't get whisked away on $1 million vacations and don't get bought Bentley trucks, and it's just ridiculous, and social media is exploding their expectations. It's got a bunch of weak men, weak energy men telling them how great they are for all the garbage they do. They got a bunch of weak energy bum friends and bum women telling them don't settle for anything, expect the most. You know, nobody on social media is telling them settle down with that nice guy who appreciates you, who loves you, who makes 50 grand a year. It's just unheard of. Yeah, it's just I could talk about social media all night and how it's destroying women's expectations. Man, say big guy said take take them out to a simple dinner. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm not even taking a woman out to dinner. I'm gonna ask her if she wants to have maybe a drink, you know? And that's gonna test how much she drinks, which is a big if you need to know if your wife's a big drinker or somebody you take seriously. I'm gonna ask her for a simple drink. I'm not even gonna buy her dinner. You gotta pass that drink test first. And if she doesn't drink, that's cool. You can take her for a coffee or something. But I mean, if she says she doesn't drink, that's probably better for you anyway. That's saying, she's not a lush. She's not alcoholic. But yeah, you got. No, I'm not gonna take any woman to fast food. But yeah, absolutely, I agree with you, big guy. Don't be taking these. We got women online right now who are posting they must go to $1,000 dinners. They're calling men broke for not taking them out to $400, $500, $1,000 dinners. They're like posting the receipts. Like, if you're not willing to take me out to a $700 dinner, that's weak, broke energy. You're too broke to date me. What? Your women are gonna die alone. I agree with you 100%. Test them. Always be testing a woman when you meet them or date them. You should be testing them every second in your mind, testing their loyalty, testing their habits, testing their feminine energy, testing them how they react. I ate 5-star joints. I was just talking about that. Women are all over online talking about a man has to take them to $1,000 dinner. Literally, I just seen one. It was like $1,100 dinner bill. She's like must have took home the receipt. If that doesn't say broke woman energy to you, she took home the receipt just to post it and show it in the mirror. Like, if you can't take me to this type of dinner, then you're too broke for me. Get out of here. I don't care if I got $1 billion in the bank. I ain't taking a woman on a first date to $1,000 meal. That's more of that same garbage I was talking about. You're meeting a woman and leading the relationship with your wallet. And as soon as that wallet dries up, or you say no or close it, her love is going to dry up. Her affection, her niceness, if she even had one to begin with. Because most women who think like that aren't the most loving, affectionate women. They're about the more of that bossy energy you don't want in your life, that negative attitude energy. She's bossy because she demands that expensive dinner and from a stranger. How entitled is that? You expect a $500 dinner from a stranger that you first met. Get out of here. You, you just showed me that I don't need to even spend money on that $100 dinner because I'm not taking you nowhere with those type. If you expect anything, a woman, if you like, if a woman likes somebody, they don't expect nothing. All those rules and boundaries and expenses are for men that they don't like. When a woman is into a man, especially if her friends have talked him up and she thinks he's cute, all those boundaries and rules and all that BS goes out the door. It goes out the door so quick. Those rules are just for a man she's not into. I hope you men understand that. Rules and boundaries are for the guy that she doesn't really like. You know, it just is. Let me read a couple of these comments. Well, if now I don't think they're on the date for the true feelings if it's expensive. Ah, absolutely. He said put down your phone. If a woman won't put down her phone, that's a huge. She might as well just be posting thirst trap pictures because she needs the attention. She needs the validation. If a woman won't put down her phone, like in my household, my kids aren't even allowed to play with tablets. They're not allowed to play with cell phones. Nothing. I'm not trying to I just think that's rude. If I was to sit down to dinner with my grandmother and I was always on my phone, I'd feel so disrespectful. Like that's just not how we get down. That's rude. And a lot of these women, rudeness, they think rudeness is cute or it's boss energy. Rudeness is not cute. Or they think just constantly staring at their phone while they're with you or into you like they got something better they could be doing or something. That's rudeness. It's rude. You shouldn't put up with it. If her attention ain't on you, or she thinks it's cute for attention to be, or like she's got something better to do, let her do it. Go do something better. Bye. Goodbye. See you later. You just did me a favor. I mean, it's all in the behavior. You should be able to tell in the behavior if they're even worth dating or sure marrying. All these comments, you guys are spot on, and I feel like we're all getting tired of putting up with it. Yeah, we're talking about the phone. We're just talking about that. You see a woman on her phone 24/7. Huge red flag. Huge red flag. Number one, a woman should have something better in her life going on, even if it's just enjoying your company than being on her phone. She's literally saying, I don't enjoy your company enough. I need outside stimulation. Garbage, garbage, garbage from a garbage woman. Get a life. They think it's cool to be on their phone all the time. And another one of my favorites is if a woman thinks it's cool to like not text back. Like I must, even though women have their phone in their hand 24/7, they're like, oh, I don't want to act vulnerable and text him back. I'm gonna act like I gotta text him back in a half hour or 2 hours. Goodbye. Nobody got time for that. Everybody got their phone in their hand. These are the type of women you can't even make simple plans with. You'd be like, okay, it's an A and B conversation. We're gonna meet at this time at this place, and they can't even do that. It becomes A B C D B. They got a bunch of excuses, bullshit, be crap. It's just cluttery, messy minded women. You shouldn't be dealing with. We ain't dealing with none of that BS in 2026. I'm like hoping so. Oh, they may have been. Big Guy says they may have been confused, strong, and confident with rudeness. They think they are, but they're just rude and unbearable to be with. At least a real man who values himself. Rudeness is got to be one of the biggest red flags and one of the biggest signs of just unattractiveness, masculinity. There's nothing cute about a rude woman. It's a plague right now that women think being rude is cute or high energy or boss energy. Women think being rude is boss energy. They ain't got a thing to be boss about in their life. They living on food stamps on their mama's spare bedroom with their two kids by two different women, and they think rudeness is boss energy. Garbage. That's garbage attitude from a garbage woman, and you should stay away from them. There are good women out there. You just have to value yourself first. You just gotta value. I don't want to be anti-women. There's a lot of good women out there. I have friends that have good women. I have a good woman. There are good women out there. The key is to value yourself, and a lot of people don't learn it till later in life. But the thing is, with men, like I said, we don't really hit a ceiling. We can learn it later in life, but you gotta be disciplined enough to check yourself, to better yourself. You ain't gonna get no high value, beautiful woman when you're this sucker lazing it through life, playing video games and reading comic books and watching superhero movies. You think some beautiful, submissive woman's gonna fall in your lap. You gotta you gotta be that person that she wants to be submissive to. You can't be no bum. As much as women need to get off their phones, men do too. What are you doing to build yourself? I mean, if you're using your phone as a financial tool and you got your stock report and your portfolio on your phone, more power to you. I ain't talking about that. And I think we all know I'm not talking about that. We were talking about them women who are just scrolling endlessly, chatting with their friends about BS. Absolutely. Big guy says he likes a woman who is strong and confident. We do like confidence. Confidence is sexy for a man or a woman, but I like a woman who's confident in being a woman. I like a woman who's confident in loving being a woman, not just liking being a woman. She wants to be a good woman to her kids. She wants to be a good woman to her man. I like feminine energy, and I like a woman who embraces that with confidence. A woman who embraces her feminine energy with confidence. Ooh, that's a winning combination in any corner of the world. If you can embrace your feminine energy as a woman with confidence, like men love that. You know, there's a huge difference between confidence and rudeness. A lot of women are too dumb these days, or just have been taught wrong, or a lot of men are too dumb these days to see the difference. I think it is too, because they've been told it by some most likely single mom who ingrained it in their head. But no, confidence is always a winner. That's why it's a winner for men. It's always a winner for men. A strong, like, moxie, confidence, self confidence, self love. It radiates off a man. Moxie radiates off a man. Self confidence radiates off a man. And women can see it, smell it, just like they can see and smell, a man who's weak, a man who's a pushover, a man who's a doormat. They can smell that like a shark in water, too. Absolutely. But they admire a man that can say no. He has boundaries. He has confidence. A confident man is going to attract a confident woman. Or he can even install confidence in a weak woman. But he can't install good behavior in a bratty, entitled woman. You just don't take a woman who's been taught to be sassy and rude and entitled since she was 12 years old. Now she's in her 30s. You ain't changing that. It's like teaching an old dog new tricks. It's not working. Stop trying. We're not, we don't, it's not our job to save them once they're all partied out and used up and mad at the world. One of the biggest things, men don't just like younger women because they have great bodies. We like them because they're nice. They haven't been damaged by the world. They don't project their trauma on us. They don't project all their anger, trauma, all the things that they've been told that men do wrong and everything. They don't project that. Why would we want all that crap? It's, a nicer, younger body and a softer, nicer mind. Somebody who's more cheerful. And then women tell us we're wrong for liking that. Okay. It's just pure jealousy. It's just pure jealousy because you see a woman who's younger and prettier than you getting treated how you want to get treated, but you don't want to act like her. You want to have a bunch of different stipulations and what he has to do, or boss energy. Shoot, it's an easy decision. That young girl, she just wants to play on the beach and frolic around and smile and laugh and have fun. She don't got a rule book of all the things and expectations you must meet. She likes you because you're nice to her. You're fun, and they fun to be with. Women don't accept that. So all these women that are married, they're older and everything, they don't realize it, and they got a good man. They think they can just leave him. They're playing with thin ice, and it happens often. They get a break, or they get a whatever you want to call it. They take a break, take a separation or whatever. Next thing you know, he pops up with somebody 10 years younger than him, and now he can't see his kids, and he's the problem. He was always toxic. Like I said, it's just a statistical fact. Lesbians have the highest divorce rate. They have the highest domestic violence rate, but suddenly every man is toxic. Mm-hmm. Gay men have the lowest divorce rate. And it's not even close. So, but all of a sudden, you talk to these entitled women. Everybody's but the problem but them. Yeah. Simple stuff. User 919. Don't, you rude. Don't be rude to me. I won't be rude to you. Men understand things like that. Women think they gonna start off rude and then it's gonna make you kiss their butt to try to like calm down their attitude or something. Yeah, it's big guy says it's like yin and yang. It is like yin and yang when it's in sequence, when the frequencies are aligned. But I feel like the rudeness, the attitude, that's like yin and yang, yang and yang. Don't work. It's like trying to push two positive sides of the magnet together. They push apart and they fight to push apart. You know, you trying to coddle a woman who thinks rudeness is cute. You can be pushing on that magnet. It's not gonna stick. Push until you're married and you're giving her half your money. It ain't gonna stick. Men, I'm not saying men shouldn't be respectful to women. We should absolutely be respectful to women. I'm just saying men deserve respect too. We deserve appreciation. Nobody argues when we say women deserve respect and appreciation. Not a soul on this earth argues. Look at all the things we have. Appreciate mom. Everybody appreciates mom. But dad, don't let dad get upset, or don't let the man get upset. He's scary. He's this. He's that. As soon as he puts his foot down and says no, he's the problem. He's always the problem. As long as a woman says she just has to play victim, that's all it takes. That's all it takes. It works in court. It works with the police. It works with her friends. It works with family. Shoot, a woman can play victim to your own family and she'll get believed. Before you, a lot of times. Rudeness emasculates men. Rudeness emasculates men. All right, big guy. I appreciate it. I hope to see you again. Thanks for the chat. Thanks for coming in. I hope to see you again. It was nice to meet you. Greetings. Well, if a woman emasculates you, rudeness does emasculate a man, period. Just absolutely. Rudeness just... I don't know how these men are even putting up with it these days. Like, if she has no problem being rude to you in public, in front of other people, she doesn't respect you at all. She doesn't respect you. And if she doesn't respect you, you think she's not going to cheat on you or run off with some man she does respect? Because some man will come in there and put his foot down and be that stronger dude, and women are attracted to strength, and you're gone. It's just so many men just setting themselves up for failure, and I hate to see it. Men are so much simpler creatures. I was saying it earlier. I've seen all those memes or pictures on the internet where they got just an empty apartment with a mattress, a weight set, a TV. And they're like, that's all. Women don't want to admit that's all a man needs. It really is. Everything else we do is really for y'all. If it wasn't for the women, we walk around in our robes with our hair all grown out. We wouldn't get our hair cut. We wouldn't anything. It's all, But we are so simple, and they don't get it, because as soon as you start giving us attitude, rudeness, emasculating us, we'll go back to shelter mode, where we'll just be real happy in that peaceful apartment with that weight set in our bed and a TV and a younger woman. All right, user 9193940. I appreciate the follow. I appreciate you staying in the chat so long. I appreciate your input. You stay strong, brother. Thank you for the follow. And on that note, I'm actually going to take a little bit of a bathroom break myself. So I'm going to put up my sign. And thank you all for who have been listening. And I'll be back in a 5. Having a little bit of an engaging conversation. Oh, sorry for the break. I had to use the restroom. Well, guess we're just gonna go back to the original topic. No, it's getting later. It's about midnight my time, so shout out to all the late night people who are still up. No. So let's just get to the original topic. A man would rather have a soft, submissive high school dropout than a bad attitude with a degree. And I think a lot of women are fooling themselves if they think differently. Um, we've seen countless countless men marry dancers and Hooters girls and Twin Peaks girls and whatnot. No, and they're not getting married because of their high education level. They're getting married because they put out a feminine energy. And all men dig that. And when they're working at that types of jobs and they meet a high value man, do they really have any business giving them an attitude? They know their place. They ain't trying to lose that come up. They're not stupid. They meet a man who's, can change their life. They be quiet. They keep their mouth shut. They start catering to him, being submissive. Why wouldn't they? It's smart. It sure is a lot smarter than a woman with a degree thinking they call the shots or they expect all this equality. You can have respect, but you can't have equality to be the man. Just like the man shouldn't want to be the woman. You shouldn't want to be the man. You got all these women who want to be the men of the relationship. Well, in a relationship with a man, it doesn't work like that. Well, it might work like that for some really soft, weak men who don't value themselves. But does that really work? The woman ends up not respecting him. She doesn't respect him. She starts acting bad and talking to him all crazy. And he doesn't respect her, and it just becomes a big nonstop BS fight. Save yourselves, both men and women. Save yourselves the time, the drama, the garbage. It starts with these women being so entitled. They all have their hand out. They have their hand out with nothing to offer back but their bodies. You gotta have a little something more to offer back than just your bodies, ladies. Because men can really get that anywhere. And you might think you're cute. There's always somebody cuter. There's always somebody cuter. There's always somebody sexier, cuter. What are you doing for that man to make yourself stand out, make his life better, make him want to wife you, want him to spoil you? All these women will insist on. These women don't want to be spoiled. They insist on being spoiled. They insist on being taken care of. They insist on all these things with nothing to offer but their bodies. You ain't a vibe, sweetheart. You're a liability. Huge, huge difference. You're a bill. You're a liability. Most of y'all come with habits and other men's fathers of your children we got to deal with. We don't want to deal with any of that stuff if we don't have to. No man is sitting at home dreaming up his dream woman and she has 2 kids by 2 babies' daddies. Sorry. You got 2 kids by 2 different dads, and you have a man that is kind to you and embraces those kids and is kind to your kids, I don't care how much he makes, you better latch on and love that man, because there might not be no more. That might be the last one. Kindness. It's all financial. Women, y'all get so happy when you have a man treat you right, but that's not even what you want anymore. But when a woman really is being treated right, and she's being satisfied mentally, physically, Boy, she's on cloud nine. She is on cloud nine. Y'all don't even get yourself to a point in a relationship where you can get there anymore because you're so wrapped up in what he can do for you. What can he do for me? What can he do for me? You know, a marriage is supposed to be a come up for the man and the woman, but it's not supposed to be a. It's not supposed to be a just a come up for the woman. I was saying this earlier. If a woman doesn't cook, if she doesn't clean, like why would a man that values himself and wants a family want that? He shouldn't want that. He shouldn't want that. He shouldn't want to be a part of that. You know, these women are pure toxic. If you're trying to woo a woman that doesn't even do the most basic things, you're lost. You're lost. You should never be trying to woo a woman who doesn't even do the basic things. Cook, clean. She has a dirty car. She's got a dirty apartment, a dirty home. She don't even respect herself, and you expecting her to respect you? Okay. People who respect themselves, they don't live in filth. People who respect themselves, they don't drive around in a dirty ass nasty car. They just don't. So she don't really respect herself. She doesn't respect her domicile, where she lives, where she lays her head. It's all nasty, filthy. A lot of times they got kids living in that filth and you expect her to respect you? You lost, bro. You lost in the sauce. She don't respect you. She don't respect herself, and she can't respect you if she don't respect herself. It just don't work out like that. You know? You expect her to love you, and she doesn't love herself enough to even keep her sheets clean. She don't even got clean sheets. You got a mattress on the floor and dirty sheets, and you expect her to respect you? She don't even respect herself. She living in a filth pile, got her kids living in a filth pile, and you want her to respect you. And she got a bad attitude. She got a bad attitude and a degree in criminal justice. This is true. You know, I got a degree. I bring a lot to the table. How much does your degree average per year? About the same amount as a McDonald's shift leader? You know, most of the degrees that are dominated by women don't pay jack. They don't build jack. Education, communications, criminal justice, arts, blah, blah, blah. You can work at McDonald's from the time you're 16. By the time you're 25, you can be the manager of the restaurant making more. That degree don't mean squat to a man who has this together. We don't care. Get it through your heads. Like, what do I bring to the table? Well, I got a degree. I'm a highly educated woman. Nobody gives a rat's ass. We don't. Nobody cares. You got this and that. We care how you treat us, how you respect us, how you lift us up, how you feed us. No man wants or deserves to come home from a shift, a hard shift, to no food. If you're a man and you're even accepting that you lost in the sauce, you need to leave that woman. If it's your wife, she might be cheaper to keep her because you've already locked her into your finances. But you know, if you can walk away from that, if you're your wife, I suggest it. You can find a better wife. You can find a better wife. Even being by yourself is better. Being by yourself is better. You know, don't let marriage or any of these constrictions make you stay with a woman who don't edify you, don't lift you up, don't appreciate you. Run, run, run. Run, Forrest, run. You're just not worth it. You know, most marriages are eroded by disrespect. No, it isn't infidelity. Everybody thinks infidelity, blah blah blah, that kills most relationships. No, most relationships are eroded by disrespect, breakdowns in communication that turn into name calling and emasculating men. Or it can go both ways. If you got a good woman, she doing all them things right. You always making her feel like she ain't doing nothing right. You can't expect her to stay. And no woman, and every woman in the world to tell her she shouldn't. No, but flip the script. Nobody's gonna tell a man that. You know, a woman doing everything. If a woman's doing everything right, you better believe nobody's telling her she needs to leave. Man can do everything right. His woman's still being told she could do better. And that's the hypocrisy we live in. You know. A woman can say, you don't make enough. You're not athletic enough. Your private parts aren't big enough. You're not tall enough. You don't make enough. You don't drive a nice car. You don't live in a big enough house. All fine. All fine. Start projecting those things on women. Start projecting physical attributes that you don't find attractive on women. It's like, your breasts aren't big enough. You're a jerk. Tell a woman, her hair is like, just be like, I need to date a woman. My wife must have natural hair that at least goes past her shoulders. You have every bald bee calling you names. Tell a woman she has to make a certain amount. Tell a woman she has to stay home with the kids. Tell a woman anything. You can't have no expectations these days. You can have no expectations. You can tell women, you want this, you want that. She can be like, F you. I don't feel like doing that. Her mama, her friends, and social media is going to tell her she's in the right. Let a man say, hey, this woman just really needs to cook for me. I'm out busting my behind all day at work. I just want a hot meal when I come home. She ain't your maid. She doesn't have to do that. You need to get off your butt and cook for yourself. It just goes on. The drivel goes on and on and on and on. It just doesn't stop. It doesn't stop. The excuses, the victim, the unaccountability. Like, what? Somebody needs to enlighten me. What is it a woman's supposed to even do nowadays? She's supposed to have kids and don't have to watch them. Have a home, don't have to keep it clean. Wants a luxury kitchen, don't cook. I mean, there are good women out there. I'm talking to all these women who are being poisoned by social media, telling them, and it's becoming a larger and larger amount. You keep seeing these men, they're getting dragged through the mud for, wanting better. Just simply wanting to be treated right. Simply wanting to be treated with respect. These men are getting drugged through the flipping mud. Like, you are dirt if you want anything for yourself. If you don't let this fat, sloppy woman sit on the couch and check the kids into daycare and use your credit card to order off Amazon all day, well, then you're just not a real man. A real man doesn't put up with any of that trash. Real man doesn't put up with any of that garbage, that trash. Boundaries. A real man has boundaries. Where are boundaries these days? Where did they go? You know, women respect boundaries. Men should have boundaries. Women should have boundaries. Nobody has any boundaries anymore. Women only have boundaries for that dude that she's using but doesn't like. That's when a woman has boundaries. You know, a man has boundaries after his sexual desires leave his body. And, but we need to start having that before. You know, we need to start having these expectations like these women. Our expectations should be just as high as these women. You know, they should be just as high. They want a man who makes six figures. Dead up, like you can't make less than six figures. Dead up, I can't date a woman who can't cook. Sorry, you don't cook. You're just lost. You're not in my stratosphere if I'm not looking at you. Because eating is something we're gonna have to do all our life. You know, we need that. You know, if that's just one less obstacle in our a man sitting there busting his behind to get to all his goals. Now he has to think about where his next meal's coming from, and he's got a woman sitting there at home. Nope. Weak energy. Weak energy. No man should be sitting there at home with a woman sitting there at home, and he's busting his behind to build y'all kingdom, build y'all goals. And he's got to be like, where's my next meal coming from? Well, look at that lazy fatty on the couch doing nothing. Got the kids watching tablets, she on her phone, and now I've been trying to build all day, making money all day to support this. What we got going on now, I gotta look for where my next meal's coming from. I gotta use an app to have somebody else deliver me a meal when she's been sitting here all day. That's weak. That's super weak. Don't do it. Don't fall for it. That's why I'm saying the choices you make could infect your life for years and years and years. A woman can destroy your life. Look through history. Look at the Bible. Women have destroyed kingdoms. They've destroyed some of the strongest men. You know, they've toppled dynasties. So, why do you think you're immune to the BS? You're only immune to the BS when you put your foot down and say no. The minute you put your foot down and say no, you take back the power. You take back all the good stuff. You're your own independent man. You know, maybe you don't have SEX that night. You know, maybe you don't see her again. Oh well. Good riddance and goodbye. You don't want to see her no more. All she is a liability. You don't want to see her no more. She's just sucking up your resources. You know? Women demanding $1,000 dates, $700 dates just to take them out. Boy, you better go buy you some Bitcoin. You better buy something that appreciates. You know, $1,000 investment, 10, 12, 15 years. Depends what you invest in. You could be looking in between 8 and an unknown. You know, you invest in the right thing. The sky's the limit. And you too busy tricking on these girls. You know, sitting here buying these women, paying their rent, paying their bills. You got bills of your own. You ain't even half the man you see yourself as, or half the man you want to be. You're paying women's bills. It's just downright stupid. It's low IQ, low energy. It's weak. Just super weak. No. Why would you do that to yourself? You need are as men, are you that thirsty? You're willing to sacrifice your future? Because that's what you're doing. You're paying for women's dates, nails, paying for all this stuff just to take them out on a date, paying their bills, paying for this, paying for that, paying. My favorite is men who pay for women to go on vacations they're not even going on. It's rampant. I see it all the time. Send me some cash because I'm gonna go on a girls' trip with so and so. Men paying for vacations they are not even going on. That is so pathetic. With a capital P. You know, you're not a ladies' man. You're not a player. You're not even a man. That's super super weak. If you're 80 and she's 25, that's cool. If you're 80 and you're established in life and you ain't got nothing better to do to spend your money on some women just to get their attention, and you love women and want a woman's presence, I get that. I get that. You know, who wants to be that 80-year-old dude sitting in a nursing home? You worked hard all your life. Go ahead and spend that money on some women you 80 to have that attention around you. If you're single and you 80, obviously not if you have Martha at home with you. And she's been a good woman your whole life. But hey, you were single in your 80s. That's the only time it's understandable. 70s. Even at 70, you got your together, got a nice home, you're a man, you can still get a woman who's like 38. Easy. You got enough money, you can get a woman who's 24. Wasn't those Hollywood actors? I believe it's the guy who played Scarface. Al Pacino, doesn't he have like a 20-something-year-old woman in the mid 80s? If your value's high enough, there's no ceiling for men. There's no ceiling at all. If your value's high enough, he's not even in shape. He's nothing. He looks like a raisin. He's old as F. But he's got a beautiful woman. Keeps jumping out kids. He ain't lonely. Who wants to die alone? That's my whole thing. Who wants to die alone? Nobody wants to die alone. That's why I'm saying women, lower your expectations to a man who's kind to you, who's nice to you, who appreciates you. Don't leave him because he doesn't make six figures. Only a small percentage of men make six figures. Appreciate kindness, loyalty. Treat you good. Treat your children good. Whether they're his children, children from a previous relationship, if he treats your children good, you latch onto that man. As long as he's not on drugs or, he's a steady person, he can bring in a decent pay to the household. He loves your children, That's the way to build a family for a long time, Or a strong family. It's not, I met Grandpa when he was a multi-millionaire and I was a part-time WHORE, and that's not how that works. It's just not. Men want something solid. There's always unicorn cases and everything, but men, stop undervaluing yourself. Men have so much unlocked potential. Get in that gym. Drop that weight. A man who can't be disciplined about what he eats and puts into his body can't be disciplined about much else. As a matter of fact, it all starts there. He can't be completely disciplined about anything else. Watch what you put into your body. Take care of yourself. You can have any woman you want. within your realm, within the realm. But I think so much untapped potential within ourselves, and we're letting it be fizzled out by eye rolling attitudes, disrespect, not valuing ourselves. You don't value yourself, you don't love yourself. You don't love yourself, how are you going to love anybody else? How are you going to love that woman? You don't love yourself. Find a woman that actually deserves all the good stuff. All the faithfulness, the loyalty, deserves for you to spoil her because she spoils you with love and affection. You can't even be good to that person. You don't love yourself. You don't take care of yourself. You don't respect yourself. You don't value yourself. You don't run into the right person. You ain't even gonna be right for yourself. You don't treat her bad. After years of dealing with unruly, smart mouth, bad attitude women, you gonna run into the right woman, not even know how to treat her. Because you don't value yourself. You think you're going to find a better woman doing the same garbage you've been doing? Nah, you need to level yourself up. I always say the gym because the gym that is what we can control. You can't control anything else in this world. You can control your own body. You can get fired, your finances can be out of control. The stock market can crash, your investments can go down. You sure can't control how other people feel. But you know what you can control is what you put in your body. Control how you treat your body. Control how you go to the gym. Not putting all that processed bull crap in your body. It starts with yourself. I don't care. I'm not just talking to women. I'm not just talking to men. Self-care. Give the other person something to value. You don't even value yourself, but you want somebody else to value you? Get out of town. It don't work like that. You value yourself. You love yourself. Start treating yourself right. Taking care of yourself. Saying no. Setting boundaries. Making better decisions. Which really just starts with saying no. You say no. You say no to the garbage. You can't be. And the more you start saying no, the easier it is. And then the more you start being easier to say no, you're a lot less easy to be manipulated. And it's a lot harder to manipulate you with the garbage. The I need, the tears, the guilt, the garbage that all these sucker dudes are falling for. Because they're suckers. A lot of them are young suckers, or a lot of young men who've been raised by single women and raised up and taught to be suckers. And being suckers is how a man is, and a man ain't a real man unless he's a sucker. It's a vicious spiral, honestly. It's a vicious spiral. And men are in a tailspin. And we're in a war of masculinity, sadly, with women. And I'm not talking about studs or lesbian women. I'm talking about a lack of masculinity within men and too much in women. Women will loudly say now that they call the shots, that they're the boss, that my favorite is alpha women. Alpha is a male term, so you're pretty much like calling yourself a man. There's alpha women, like you're a man. You call yourself an alpha, it's like it's like saying I'm a manly woman. Saying I'm an alpha boss woman is like saying I'm a manly boss woman. Like, nobody wants that crap. No high value man wants an alpha woman. No, we the alphas. Where a man should be, yeah, an alpha woman is absolutely ridiculous. Sounds like a problem. It's like somebody who I do all the work, but they make all the decisions. All right. The man literally lifts everybody up, but the woman gets credit. Like, everybody has lanes. We're forgetting that these days. Women, be proudly in your lane. Men, be proudly in your lane. A man's lane is not to just do everything a woman says and support her 100% financially and let her run buck wild with your money, and as soon as you say no, you're the problem. As soon as man says no, he's toxic. He's toxic. Like, a man saying no is not a toxic trait. It's called a boundary. It's called self-respect. It's called self-love. I don't know why society is even teaching men these days that, well, I know I have my theories, but I don't know why society is teaching men that it's okay to be a woman's doormat. You're better than a doormat, guys. Fellas, men, you ain't just on this planet to serve her, to be a doormat. And a man, when he's got his head down, he got his blinders on, he's really, like I said, women like excitement, but sometimes letting your money sit in an investment account, an IRA, a CD, investing in a company, a stock, something. Sometimes it's not sexy and it doesn't happen overnight. It just looks like you're bored, sitting around, just going through the motions while your money's working for you, but you don't want to pull out your investments or anything. So it might look from the outside looking in like, this guy, he's just going through the motions, whatever. And he's boring. He's going through the motions. He's boring. He's stagnant. Life's not exciting. But in the background, this man's got investments that he knows are not a lottery ticket, and they not expecting a man with realistic expectations. He knows that it's not going to happen overnight, but he knows if he's plugging away, over time things do grow. Just because of inflation, things grow. That's not sexy, but that man, that man driving a Toyota Corolla or something, he might have $800,000 in investments, but he's a smart man that's not trying to spend it on the flash when he doesn't have the bank account to back up the flash. But y'all gonna call him a bum. You're gonna make fun of his car. You're gonna call him a bum because he's not trying to take you out for a $700 dinner, a $300 bottle of champagne. Like, are you serious? Smart men are not out here spending on luxury trying to impress a woman. Matter of fact, they're doing quite the opposite. A woman should respect his plan enough to know. Honestly, if a woman is even being taken out on a date like that, she knows that she's just trying to be impressed to get in her pants, and if she's dating for the right reasons, that should be a red flag to her. Like, damn, this man doesn't even know me. Why is he trying to spend $1,000 for us to sit down and eat? Because very, very little men can do that 3-4 nights a week. Just not realistic. And a smart man wouldn't want to throw his money down the drain on that anyway. that y'all expect it. Like, oh, I'm gonna marry this man who's gonna be taking me out to $1,000 meals every day. Okay, that's just they're just trying to flex that they can do it, but that's not gonna be your lifestyle. But then you want to get the attitude with him, or and leave when the money dries up. So, you know, realistic expectations, less attitude, respect a man. Respect him, cherish him. If he gives you something that's worth it, cherish him. If he gives you something that's worth cherishing, cherish him. Will you cherish that man, get his self-esteem up? The confidence you have in him and the love you have for him might boost him to be a whole nother man that he didn't even know he could be. He might be his rock. That man ends up getting rich. You be somebody in his life that he couldn't have done it without. You set. Now you really set. Now you really set. When you became something that helped him achieve, and he didn't think he could achieve this level in his life without you, wow. That man's gonna treat you so good. He gonna protect you so good. He's gonna make sure. He gonna protect you like the winning lottery ticket. He ain't letting it out of his sight. He ain't leaving it. He ain't leaving it alone with nobody else. You can be as, he's gonna think about you as a ticket into a better life because he knows he couldn't have made it without you. If a lot of you women would stand by your man instead of flaking out on him the second he says no, boy, there'd be a lot more power couples because men do respect that. They respect that. They respect a woman who was down through the bad times. I was listening to my chat earlier. One of the men was talking about that. They want a woman who can face the bad times, not run. How a woman acts during the down times. Nobody's life. Nobody. I don't care if you're a billionaire. Your life is just not smooth sailing all the time. Men have bad times, and they need support too. They don't need people to run when the money is gone or the fine, or they're just, just even inside their head. Men deal with battles inside their head 24/7. Not saying women don't, but society's much easier on the woman who deals with battles. Much, much easier on the woman who deals with battles. A man who's dealing with battles in his head, whether he got a woman or not, they're telling him to man up, deal with it. And yeah, you really don't have a choice to man up and deal with it. That's where society leaves us, Even a man, he's like, oh, I'm messed up in the head. I need therapy. He's weak. He needs to man up. Be strong. Tell a woman about her trauma, man. People fall all over the place. Open the gates. The floodgates of sympathy and compassion and all that other BS. And I'm not going to call it BS, but men can't get that. I'm not saying men should be all getting it from all sides of just soft and comfort when they're going through some stuff. But there is one person they should get it from, and that's their woman. And that's the one person who is rarely giving it to men. And then men are like, oh, men just use women as a sex object. Well, you ain't good for nothing else. Go through some hard times and you go. Go through some good times, you always hear. My finances right, you always hear. Finances bad, you always gone. We as men, we supposed to encourage men to be like this? Keep falling for the okie doke? Keep being like, oh, the man don't matter, but nothing the man wants or says or anything matters, but everything the woman says matters. Just everything. It's just pure ridiculousness. It's pure ridiculousness. It's pure delusion and entitlement. Zero accountability. Endless victimness. endless. Anytime anything doesn't go their way, they're told no. And they're the victim, victim, victim. Men aren't allowed to think like that. We're not even allowed to play victim for 1 minute. I mean, you can. Man can say he's going through anything. He's supposed to just take it on the chin. And he is. He doesn't have a choice. It's just how life is. But, nobody asks a woman to take it on the chin ever about anything. Anything. Nothing. They can't even take a joke. You should have just took that joke on the chin. No, he disrespected you. You have every right to feel the way you feel. He should not talk to you like that. But it was a joke. I didn't swear at her. I didn't cuss at her. I didn't call her out her name. It was just a joke she took the wrong way. Well, you need to be more sensitive to her feelings. Blah, 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 blah. BS, 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 BS. We gotta cater to them and expect zero in return. Just zero. As men, we shouldn't be catering to anybody that's not our wife, not our main thing. It's weak energy. I swear, and I know this for a fact, because I've spent a lot of time around women. And half y'all men, more than half, I'm going to say like 90% of you men paying these women bills, sending them money all the time, they have other men. They like not men like they're dating other men. They're in solid relationships. They're in relationships. I don't know how solid they are because they're other men. I'm dealing with other men, but like they are women that have people. You're sending women money who have men that aren't even giving them money. Like you're paying the woman's rent who has a man who's living in that apartment or that house too. And they don't even expect that from him, but you ain't a real man. If you don't do that, get out of here. Like, I say probably 95% of women who have men sending them all kind of money, paying all this stuff, they have a man. A man. Like, not just dating around. No, they have a dude. Like, you don't even have a chance. In the way you're acting, you don't even have a slight chance. So, men, just, respect yourself. Have some damn self-esteem. Have some damn self-esteem. Love yourself enough to build yourself. I'm about to call it a night. So, good night to all my fellas. Good night to all the ladies out there. There are good women out there. I don't want to sit here and anybody think I'm anti-women or anti-men. I'm anti-women's bad behavior. And I'm anti-men being soft to accept that behavior and to be used as a doormat and then be thinking it's okay. And then other men thinking it's okay. You're setting an example. All men are setting an example for other men. And as soon as we put up with this garbage as other men, we're giving the okay to these women to treat other men that way. A lot of other men weren't taught to put their foot down. Tell your friends, don't put up with that BS. A lot of times when it's time to say that, though, the hooks are in too deep and can't say much. But, that's why we're here. We're all learning, building. I love y'all. Thank you to the people who tuned in. Thanks for the people who listened to me speak. It was my pleasure. Stay strong. Men, women, let's get along. Let's help each other. Let's uplift each other. Let's respect each other. Let's love each other. Let's appreciate each other. Because love starts with appreciation. It's hard to love somebody who don't appreciate you. So let's appreciate each other. Let's focus on the things that we do for each other. instead of the things we don't. And if there's more don'ts than do's, run, block them, leave them. Have some dang self-esteem and self-respect. All right, good night, y'all. See you tomorrow. Thanks again for the follows, the people who follow me. Much love. Good night.